Please wait. Should be going right now.
All right, I'm looking. Latest. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, just made the X post. And I'm pulling us over here. I'm going to mute this, make sure the volume's okay. Announcements. Yep, volume's great.
I'm about to comment on my own stuff.
Dub. Okay, so now I need to text a few people the link. All right. Can I pull the chat out? I can pop out the chat. I'm gonna do that. All right. Cool beans. Let me pull the draft back up. Trying to get my draft up real quick. We got 3 watchers, man. Heck yeah. All right. This is about to be a lot of fun, fellas. A lot of fun. I've been so hyped about this draft, man. I think the top 8 picks are going to be very surprising to a lot of people outside of maybe like Cam Ward going 1. I think that's pretty much set in stone, I think. But the Jags might trade up like people are saying, or I don't think the Jags are going to get the trade up, though, in my opinion. I think that they've blown way too much smoke the past week.
If they say it enough, it might happen. Nah, but
Yeah, for sure.
I'll be really curious to see where Shadur goes. Man, I bet he goes to the Steelers. If I had to guess, I think he goes to the Steelers.
So there's a few scenarios that I think. First off, I
Or someone
think
trades up in front of him.
so. First thing, it's going to be very interesting to see what the Saints do at 9.
Yep.
Because I think the Saints can definitely be going quarterback here with the Derek Carr shoulder thing. I think Derek Carr doesn't want to stay in New Orleans, so he's just like, I'm not playing, I'm hurt. So they could very well go quarterback if they don't feel like going out with Rattler this year. I think, in my opinion, they shouldn't go quarterback. And if that's the case, the Steelers might very well go with Dart instead of Shadur. And then if that's the case, Shadur falls out of the first round. And that I think that might be my hot take of the draft. I don't think it's very likely, but I definitely think it's possible that Shadur falls out of the first round.
Definitely possible. I'll be curious to see where Tyler Shuck goes.
Yeah, definitely not day one, I don't think.
I don't think
Could
so
be
either.
the hype for him is really getting up there. It's just I don't think realistically a team is going to take early day two capital on a guy that's had 3 back-to-back season-ending injuries and is 25.
Hey, the
He's
Falcons
probably
just might
a
do it.
4th or a 5th for me. The Falcons definitely could do it. I've seen some stuff on the Falcons Reddit page right now that's going to crack you up. If you go to their subreddit, it's so bad. They're like, "Yeah, we're going to take Shadur at 15."
Could you imagine, dude? Oh my goodness.
They're a poverty franchise, so
It's unfortunate.
would not be surprised. So I set the over-under for the amount of picks that we get right in a row is 5.5. Are you taking the over or the under? I think I'm taking the over here.
Like, does it have to start from the beginning?
It starts from the beginning. Yeah. What do you think?
I think
5.5. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I'd take the over on that.
Got to. You got to.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty easy. Cam Ward 1. Fairly easy. Travis Hunter at 2, but there's some concerns there. Abdul Carter at 3 makes sense unless the Giants trade out. Will Campbell 4, and then 5. I don't think that they go fucking. I don't think that they go Jaguars.
We
I
have
don't
Scott
think
Sharp
they
in the
go
chat.
Genty.
Scott Sharp says
really?
Saints trade up for Dart. Hopefully take him number 1.
Of course.
Jackson
of course.
Dart, baby. Hey, I mean, at least if you're going to go for one of these non-Cam Ward quarterbacks, at least go for the upside.
Yeah, on film with Jackson Dart, he made some throws that made us just wow. I mean, he has some throws that really scream high-end QB1 talent, but then he'll make some stupid plays like run out of the pocket and throw into triple coverage for a pick six, like he did versus, I think, Vanderbilt, I think is the game that he threw that dumb pick six. Plus, if you watch the Gruden QB camp with him that released yesterday, Gruden was all over him about taking those hits, man, because he does not want to go out of bounds. He's just trying to truck over everybody. I mean, I saw his helmet pop off maybe 20 times this year. He's going to have to clean that up if he wants to be a significant,
not everybody's Josh Allen,
long-term quarterback. And Josh Allen don't even do stuff like that. You know, he's relatively
a lot less than he used to take some reckless hits, man.
The surprise he doesn't miss any games. I mean, he's
a tough dude.
He's played through injuries, yeah, but he's significantly bigger than Dart too, though. I think Dart's like 6'3".
You want to talk about the prototypical quarterback in terms of size?
Yeah, that's what we want. So, do you have the draft up on stream?
In terms of
the NFL draft kickoff, do you have that up right now?
No.
I was going to check and see if the audio was working. We got 5. Heck yeah. All right. Well, guys in the comments, go ahead and tell us your predictions for the first 5 picks. Let's see if you can actually beat the over under 5.5. Well, I guess it'd be your first 6 picks. So, for example, for us, we're going Ward, Hunter, Carter, Campbell. I think Mason Graham goes 5th to the Jags if they don't trade out. And then 6, I'm going to go Genty to the Raiders. I think that makes the most sense in terms of landing spots. I do say the Raiders will probably be hard-pressed to pass up on Genty with all the hype and stuff that's going on.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm hoping the Jags stick and take Mason Graham, because man, if they were to take Ted or something, oh my Brian Thomas Jr. shares, man, rest in peace.
I still think Brian
I
Thomas.
still think he'd
I
be the
don't
wide
think
receiver
that
one.
makes
I
sense
just
for them.
prefer him be the only good player there. He needs all of them targets. He needs the Malik Neighbors treatment.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if they don't go receiver in round 2, like a Higgins. Even though I'm not too high on Higgins, like a Jack Besh maybe. Jack Besh actually doesn't make a lot of sense. Like a Noel or one of the slot guys like Royals to the Jaguars. Come on now,
Dude, imagine if that
Royals to the
mock from a
Jaguars
couple
would
months
be
ago ends up being
awesome.
right.
That would be amazing for anybody that owns Royals. If he ends up on the Jaguars, you got a great player there.
You got him in the Chris Godwin role, and then you got you got BTJ in the Mike Evans role, and they can switch too.
For me, so Jalen Royals, if he goes second round to the Jaguars, right?
Yeah.
Where do you feel comfortable taking him in rookie drafts? I'm comfortable taking him at the 201, 202.
It's without context, it's hard to be extremely precise with that answer, but I think that's probably a fair range. I think after your first round wide receivers and your, potentially first round running backs, tight end premium could, definitely play a factor there if you had a heavy one.
And for example, I know this might sound a little crazy, but let's say Luther Burden, let's say they trade Pickens tonight because, there's been some issue with Pickens unfollowing the team today. Jamison Williams unfollowed the Lions today because there's been trade rumors
I
for
heard he never
both of
followed
those
them to
tonight.
begin with. The JMO
And that
thing?
could be it as well. That could be it as well. I don't know.
Does anybody in the chat know? I'd be
Yeah,
curious.
for sure. I'd like to know if he followed them beforehand also. I would assume that he did, but maybe he didn't. But in turn, let's say Pickens gets dealt tonight for a second round pick, like the 38th pick or something, like an early second. That's what I think he's worth, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Let's say he gets dealt for early second. They get their draft capital back that they paid for him. And then they draft Burden, basically a very similar player in terms of personality, with the 21st pick. I'm taking Royals over Burden in rookie drafts because I hate that landing spot for Burden.
I'm praying for the Broncos. I'm hoping, bro, if they choose any skill position player, that player is going to be shooting up draft boards for us in rookie drafts.
The Broncos?
Yeah, whether it's Loveland, Burden, any of these guys, Henderson.
Well, the running back for sure, I would shoot up my boards. But with Evan Ingram there, I know he's not there long term, but maybe that shanks the value a little bit, just because I think Ingram will be there for at least a year and will be a significant impact in that offense. And then in terms of their wide receiver room, they got Vele, who I think is solid. Mims came down really good down the stretch in terms of just like a speed guy. And then obviously Sutton, he's older, but he's still productive, at least for another year. So in terms of a wide receiver, I don't know how much impact they have year one, but definitely in a year or two for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But Henderson to Denver would feed families for me. I have 3 shares of Henderson. I would love that.
I'm praying he's there at my 106 in my main dynasty, man. Oh.
Yeah, give Estime some 8 carries a game. Give Henderson 12 to 15 carries a game, something like that. That would be ecstatic. That would be absolutely sick nasty.
Travis Hunter in all pink? I don't know, just a pink jacket.
So, they interviewed Travis Hunter about an hour ago.
Yeah.
That's a sick suit for Genty, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, they were interviewing Travis Hunter earlier, and they asked him, they said, do you have any message for any of the teams out there? And he said, don't make a mistake. So that's a pretty cool message from the consensus number 2 overall pick. Do you think he's worth a top 3 pick? I think he's worth a top 3 pick for sure.
I would be completely shocked if he's not top three.
Yeah, for sure. If whether a team trades up to get him or not. I know the Jaguars.
I don't
The
like that for the
Jaguars are staying
Jags.
at 5.
Like I
They're
like
staying
Hunt.
at
I mean,
5 with big
obviously Hunter
margin.
would be a great addition, no kidding. But I don't like trading up for him when you could just get an impact. You could get an offensive line. You could get especially interior pass rush with Mason Graham. That would be critical for them because then they'd have the two studs in terms of their edge rushers too. That defense, at least the line would be lethal next year.
Yeah, for sure. Another spot that I think is interesting, at least in this top 10, that not a lot of people are really talking about
Mhm.
is the Panthers at 8. I think they need everything outside of running back and quarterback, obviously, but I think they need everything else. Uh, they kind of need a corner too. They definitely need some edge threats, right? They
I don't
lost
know when we'll see our
Burns.
first corner because Will Johnson was always supposed to go top 10, and then with the knee injury and then him potentially not being as fast,
Yeah, people
uh,
are questioning the long speed for sure.
we'll see. I heard Jade Barron's flying up draft boards too, so we'll see. We'll see. I'd probably say there's probably two corners in the first. I'd imagine. I don't think Will Johnson or Barron. I don't think they fall out of the first.
Um, Jade Barron ran really well at the combine. Obviously, I think Malachi Starks could be somebody that comes in this round. I think he'll be relatively late because the production was a little rough this past season, but the 2023 tape is amazing. Another safety, the is it the Texas A&M guy? No, that's
Nick
Shamar
Amenwari,
Stewart. Yes,
yeah,
he's South Carolina.
South
Yes,
Carolina, yeah,
same
yeah.
colors. Yeah, though he could definitely be a first round pick, and he's probably going to go to the Eagles, of course, because you know.
We got Yab
But
in the
yeah,
chat. I hope Las Vegas trades for K9 and Genty falls. We
really,
love you, Yab. Uh, that'd be
uh,
interesting. Let's talk about that. I mean, you never anything can happen, man. You'd be
yeah,
surprised.
I definitely think if I was the GM of the Seahawks, I would be looking to trade Kenneth Walker, in my opinion. I just don't know the value for other teams just because he cannot put together a healthy season, unfortunately. He's I don't even know if you could get a third for him.
What will
Ooh,
Genty's
what
stats
will
look like? I think it's contingent on where he goes. I'd imagine if he goes to the Jags, I think you're definitely looking at a
interesting
thousand
spot?
rushing yards. Probably what 1,500 total. I'd imagine about
Uh
give or take, maybe a little less.
it's weird because remember who the coach is, right? So last year and with the Buccaneers, he kind of had a little committee going there between Sean Tucker, Rashad White, and Bucky Irving. Uh I don't know. I
I
don't
don't
think
think
he
you
goes to the
think Genty would
Jags.
be in a
I think
committee. Really?
I wouldn't want him to be in a committee, but I wouldn't put it past him. ETN being there with him also having significant capital invested to that team. I don't know. Definitely don't think he'd be the true workhorse that everybody wants him to be because you have two backs that are successful at the next level in ETN and Bigsby. That's why I don't think the Jags draft him. I'll
Got
get you your question real quick, Deuce. Just off in a tangent. I think the Saints are probably going to take quarterback at 9, but I would rather them take some sort of defensive player like a D tackle, like a Walter Nolan or edge rusher, the guy
Cameron
out of
Jordan's
Georgia,
getting older.
Michael Williams. Yeah, they don't have nearly anything for edge. I would like Michael Williams or Walter Nolan at 9, but yeah. Anyways, in terms of Genty, I would like to see him go to the Raiders, who have nobody, the Cowboys, who basically have nobody. They have Javante Williams. If he goes to a team that has a poor running back room, because I don't think the Jags running back room is that bad, hence why I don't think they draft him.
Yeah, I don't
If he
think they
goes to
take
a
Genty.
team that has relatively barren running back room, I could easily see him going 12, 1,300 rushing yards, 500 yards through the air if the team utilizes him that way. But I could see 1,200 rushing yards and 8-ish touchdowns. I think that's relatively realistic because I do view him on par with Bijan Robinson in terms of a prospect. And if they utilized him well, like the Falcons did not uh, during his rookie year, I think for sure he's a 1,000-yard rusher. I would say the betting odds for him not being a 1,000-yard rusher would be minus like 210.
You got Yab in the chat saying Jags are definitely not going Gen 2 and they can get Jordan James in the third. I know that's right. We're getting some Jordan James today. I'm telling everybody listening to this right now, if Jordan James just gets a chance, it's going to be his backfield unless he gets put, on the Falcons or somewhere where they just have, elite draft capital and talent already. I think he's going to take over the backfield where he arrives.
And if you've watched anything on our running back rankings, right, like Jordan James, some of my league mates are in this chat, so I don't want to say like everything, but I'm going to anyways. Jordan James, if he goes to a team where he can just be the RB2 in the depth chart starting the year, he is going to be a low-end RB1 if he gets a chance to get 10 to 15 carries a game. That's how productive I think he is.
Efficient.
Not saying he's the most efficient back in this class outside of Gency, in my opinion.
Yep.
Obviously, Henderson had 7.1 yards a carry, right?
Yeah.
Henderson
there were just
had
no
7.1
negative plays
yards
with
a
him,
carry.
man. How many games
No
did
negative
we watch?
carries.
10, 12 between all the prospects from Oregon, man?
And no fumbles, too, which is huge, right?
Yep.
No tackles for loss, no fumbles. Jordan James, and he's just so smart. And Oregon also didn't really have that good of run blocking, in my opinion, either. So it's going to be, if he lands on a team that doesn't have a surefire RB1 and he goes in like the third round, which I hope he does, it's going to be crucial for the guys that drafted Jordan James in other leagues pre-draft. I'd be comfortable drafting him mid-second round if he goes to a decent landing spot.
Have you heard anything on Caleb Johnson? Anybody in chat heard anything on him recently? I'm curious. I always thought that he was probably, mid-second round, maybe late second. I'm wondering if he might fall into the third now. He didn't have the elite combine, but, size adjusted, it was plenty fine.
So, in terms of Caleb Johnson, I watched a video this morning on where they evaluated him as a third-round pick and thought he would be a third-round pick. I don't see a team picking him after Judkins. I think Judkins falls after Johnson just because of the production, one, two, his size, and just his ability to be a great zone run running back. I think that would be a great home for him. Like, obviously,
the
the Packers
scheme is perfect for him.
Exactly. He just hits the hole and gets out in space. He's very hard to tackle. He kind of bounces off tackles, which I don't really like that much. But
the contact,
regardless,
the pad level too high.
Pad level's a little too high. I think he can get popped at the next level and potentially get hurt. But in terms of just physicality, getting extra yardage, and I know the home run speed, people are kind of off on him in terms of his long speed. I thought he was able to make some pretty big time runs in college, at least. So we'll see how that goes.
It's interesting. His max miles per hour, I looked it up, was actually quite decent. I think it's just potentially an inability to maintain that high speed over a long period of time. I think that might be some of the difference between some of these bigger backs and some of these smaller backs, and why you'll see their miles per hours not be that drastically different, yet when somebody just has the speed to take it to the house.
Yeah, for sure. Also, Scott in the chat just said, I don't think he will go number one, but a few months ago, I bet $20 on Dart going first overall to win $1,000. Yeah, I think you lost $20, but I will say he performed like a first overall pick. I just think that there's some issues with him, clear issues in terms of decision making that's going to prevent him. But I do think he might be a top 10 pick if he goes to the Saints. Uh, let's see. Yeah,
They're
you
ninth
have
overall.
oh, so you say Dart's going number 2 to the Browns. That's very interesting.
That'd be crazy. I haven't heard anything about that.
Look, I can't deny, he's kind of down there in our QB rankings just because we think he's not a finished prospect. But I'm telling you guys now, if he figures it out, cleans up the getting hit a lot, and cleans up the decision making, he's got just enough rushing upside and just enough arm, and he can make some pretty throws. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Dart could be one of the better quarterbacks in this class. And in terms of trades, I could see a potential just because the prospects in this draft class is just a little weird. It's not really top heavy outside of Travis Hunter, in my opinion. But yeah, for sure. I think there could be a lot of trades.
Yeah, and if everybody watching could just please give the stream a like, share with somebody you know. Trying to grow our audience. We're gonna have fun tonight. We're gonna talk over some of the picks, especially the ones related to fantasy football. It's gonna be chill. We're gonna be live on days 2 and 3 as well of the NFL draft. Rappaport just said that he just confirmed again that the Browns are open for business for pick number 2. What if he's right? What if what if Dart does go 2? Could you imagine? That'd be crazy work.
I just don't think it makes sense because I mean, unless a team thinks another team's going to trade up to 2, I don't think a team should trade up to 2 to get Dart. In all honesty, I do like Dart, in terms of the upside, but he'll fall to you. You don't have to trade up for him, I don't think. But yeah, if the Browns are open for business, it makes a lot of sense, right? They have a relatively good roster. If they could get a good haul for the second overall pick, I think that's a win for them.
They're still trying to recover from that contract.
My team is Jacobs and Taylor. As my random question, starting running back with St. Brown, Nico Collins, Rashee Rice at starting wide receiver. I have the 103 and the 104. Do I take Tet and Hunter or Tet, Hunter, and Travion? Okay, so for EFC here, Ant, I'm going to tell you now, I don't like Nico at his price right now. And Rashee Rice, I think, is a screaming sell at this point. So I'd definitely try to move both of them if you could. But with the 103 and the 104, I definitely think depending on landing spot, Henderson is amazing upside if he gets good draft capital in day 2, or if he goes late day 1. I'd love that for you at the 103 or the 104. Hunter is very landing spot dependent. I don't think I would take him this high in a rookie draft. I'd rather have Tet, who's the surefire wide receiver. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm assuming Gentry's going to go first, like it's consensus, and then I'd also imagine probably by not saying it, I'm guessing he's saying that Hampton's probably going 102. So yeah, based on what we know now, which we don't know the draft capital or the landing spot. I think in terms of just as a pure prospect, with some of the risk with Hunter, I think I'd lean Tet, and then I think Travion Henderson is probably a good bet too.
Yeah.
As far as the 49ers, I think the 49ers, Matt, I think they could potentially go wide receiver to try to potentially, if they were to get rid of Brandon Ayuk and trade him potentially. They definitely need a lot of offensive line. Trent Williams is getting older. He's still potentially the best tackle in the league. But I think they'll probably try to go offensive line, potentially rusher, right? They lost some of their defensive line.
For the 49ers, they're 12, I think.
Yeah.
I would be shocked. I would be shocked if the 49ers don't go defensive line, in my opinion. They lost literally every single person on their D line outside of Bosa. I think I forget the other guy that they have on their other side, but yeah, I would not advise the 49ers going anything but D line. I think their offense is relatively good right now.
I think they could. I think they could. I mean, I think they should invest in both trenches. Honestly, I think if you want to, if you're going to sign Brock Purdy with some of the injuries that he's had, he's definitely shown that he's capable of running the offense. That he can get the ball to his guys. He can stay on schedule. He can improvise. Man, if you're going to sign him to a long-term contract, you got to try to protect him, man.
I definitely agree as well. At 12, it's just going to be kind of weird because I think
there's more
Campbell's
edge depth though, right?
gone.
Than tackled. I'd feel, wouldn't you feel better about a first round offensive lineman and then a second round defensive versus the other way around? Because, well, there's some.
It depends on if the Jets go tackle. If Campbell goes 4, let's say Mimbu goes 7 to the Jets, and then the Bears go tackle, I'm probably going defensive lineman here. I'm not going to take the 4th best tackle at 12th overall, I don't think, if I'm the Niners.
The Bears, Scott Sharp says the Bears traded up from 3 to 2 for Mitch Trubisky, who no one was going to take or should have. That's true.
Hey,
anything can happen.
well,
anything can happen.
When things like that happen, and then a few years later, the 49ers unfortunately traded up and got
Trey Lance.
And for those 2 reasons alone, teams probably are going to shy away from trading up like that.
I understand that, it was 1 year. It was at South Dakota State, right? So, the level of competition is interesting. But, man, that production that Trey Lance had, I believe it was 40 touchdowns to no interceptions. Something like that. It was ridiculous, man, back in the day.
Also, for the bet on the 9 DL/edge and 7 O linemen in round 1, I think maybe
16 out of the 32.
No way. I think 5 to 6 tackles. Well, let's see. Simmons, Campbell, Mimbu, Kelvin Banks, Zabel for sure. Alabama, Booker, that's 6.
There's a possibility anything can happen. I think it's a combination of both of those 2 things happening. 9 D-line edge. It's certainly a possibility.
I think that's a possibility. I think that's right on the fringe, Nathan. I would like to know the odds on that. If the odds were like plus 200-ish, I'd probably go that. Trey Lance plays for the
Cowboys now, unless he's somewhere else.
No, I think he got traded, did he not?
He moved?
Yeah, I think he got moved. Yab, you're insane, by the way. TreVeyon Henderson is not a fancy Elijah Mitchell. And I will say Elijah Mitchell is a very talented rusher of the football. He just cannot stay healthy.
Yeah, he got Rashad Pennied. But sounds like
plus 800.
Sounds like some haterade, yeah.
Smash that, Nathan. Smash it. Smash it all the way. Is that plus 3 or plus 8?
Plus 300.
Plus 300? Yes, my chat's so small that I can't even. Plus 300? Yeah, I would go with that. I'd probably go that. Is Lance a Charger? That's how much I keep up with backup quarterbacks. Let me see.
Hey, I mean, with Justin Herbert's injury history, there's a chance he starts at some point.
Trey Lance is a Charger. That's interesting for sure. Huh.
Oh, what was it? There was something. Oh, no. That was Sean McVay. I remember I was listening to somebody earlier. It might have been Dane Brugler. And he was talking about how the Rams keep trying to get backup quarterbacks that have some athleticism to them, and so it will be interesting to see if maybe the Rams try to get a backup quarterback, maybe not in the first round, but at some point with some athleticism in this draft.
I
Have him
agree.
sit.
Also, some news just broke. Ian Rappaport just posted that the Falcons are more than likely not to keep Kirk Cousins going into training camp, so he could be dealt. I don't know how in the world they're going to deal him without taking a ton of that contract. But also, I want to run a trade by everybody in the chat real quick. Also, you as well. So we had a trade go down. It's 10 team super flex league, 6-point passing touchdowns. So side one gets Chase Brown, the 106, and a 27 fourth. And then the side B gets Njoku, Justin Herbert, and Ramondre Stevenson. Where are we leaning, chat? So side one gets Chase Brown, the 106, and a 4th and 27. Side two gets Njoku, Justin Herbert, and Ramondre Stevenson.
I think I know where I'm leaning.
I posted this on Reddit early yesterday,
What'd they say?
and
There's no way.
every single person commented and said the Herbert side is a landslide. Yab,
Okay.
I agree with you, side two for sure.
Yeah, thank God. I thought you were gonna say they were all saying the Chase Brown side.
Scott, you prefer side A? I think Chase Brown gets replaced by tomorrow afternoon.
There's a chance.
Maybe Herbert is just people are off of Herbert, I guess, because of the playoff appearance.
He's still a second round startup pick though.
Yeah, for sure. Second round startup pick, of course. Deuce, I think Scott is your buddy. I think. Yeah, one of those two people made the trade, so one of those two people is side A.
To be fair, I think you're going to get a good player with pick 6, though. And if Chase Brown doesn't get, I mean, yeah, assuming you don't draft a bust, but Chase Brown, assuming he keeps his job, then he should get a lot of target volume. That's probably what I can say.
I think with the 106, you can definitely get it. So let me say one thing. A guy that we haven't really said a lot of things about on the channel outside of just him being a good slot receiver, Emeka Egbuka is from every single person that's talked about him has all said he's one of the best interviews we've ever had, like in terms of team executives. He could totally be in the 106 conversation. And if so, if he goes to a team that's in need of a slot receiver or somebody maybe like in the Z role, I do prefer him in the slot. He could be a difference maker. And I think just with his attitude and personality, he'll be in the league for a long time. Now, I do think Burden is more talented than Egbuka in terms of his athletic ability and his yak ability. He could just be the next Kadarius Toney and be out of the league with his personality issues. I just hope that he lands on a team that can mask those pretty well and keep him cool-headed on the field.
Yeah, if with that 106, if you don't want to bust, I could not imagine a world where Emeka Egbuka busts outside of just getting put into the Rome Odunze or JSN situation where there's just nothing he can do because there's two studs in front of him. That's really the only way. But he is one of the safest prospects this year. That guy is probably Chris Olave-ish.
I think he's better than Chris Olave. I think he's better than Chris Olave, in my opinion. I will say another thing. Both of the people that you just said, JSN and Rome Odunze, they're both currently valued at around 2 first-round picks in rookie drafts.
Rome Odunze, huh?
Rome Odunze is valued right now as 2 first-round picks, and JSN they're around the same in terms of dynasty value, which is crazy to me.
There's been a lot of talk about. I saw some people arguing in a Reddit chat about whether or not they'd want the 102 or Rome this year.
I would rather Rome. I think Rome's better than any receiver in this draft class. except for Travis Hunter if he plays a significant amount uh, on
Right.
offense. I don't know what's going on this NFL. They're doing some sort of
Chant
opera,
thing.
something. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Are you playing that on your laptop, by the way?
Through my television.
Okay.
Is it too loud?
Flip. No, I can't hear it.
Alright.
Okay, I don't know if my buddy's watching the stream right now, but trade 12 team Superflex, Puka Nakua and Kyler Murray for Bryce Young, the 102, and Kincaid. Tight end premium is none. There is no tight end premium.
What was the second side?
So Bryce Young, the 102, and Dalton Kincaid for Puka and Kyler Murray. I think I lean Puka side, and I would flip both assets, right?
Yeah, I'd lean the Puka side, and I would be strongly advising anybody who has Puka, assuming you can get proper value for him. He is a screaming sell, in my opinion. He's had significant injury history. He's had repeated knee injuries in his right knee. There is a chance that that is a potential long-term concern and could be debilitating. He's really talented. He's a great dude, but if you can get out and get somebody relatively similar in value or tier down and get a first or something, I personally would try to get out from Puka Nakua if I could. Really talented player.
Let me say this. So out of BYU, he was a 5th round pick, not because he was a bad player. Everybody knew he was a good player.
Injuries, injuries, injuries.
One sec.
Jerry will probably screw this draft up. I'm guessing he. If I had to guess, I bet you he's probably going Matthew Golden. We did say that, Deuce. We did say we were on the Puka side of the trade in terms of total value. I would, however, try to sell both Kyler and Puka immediately. It's still more value, though.
You're just playing the market here, right? So, first thing I want to say about Puka, first thing is he was a 5th round pick out of BYU, not because he was a bad player, but because of the injury concerns. So, there's that. And also, his rookie season where he had like 1,400 yards and I think 7 or 8 touchdowns, his value after that rookie season has gone up a considerable amount, even after having a banged up sophomore season. And saying that he's going to retire before he's 30, and Stafford likely playing his final NFL season. So there's so many question marks with Puka, and I've seen some absolute hauls for Puka, like multiple first and like a solid, like for example, like Garrett Wilson, the 104, and like a future first for
No
Puka.
way.
I'm taking
crazy.
that all day. Yeah. So in terms of Puka, I would trade him immediately because I would guarantee you his value will never be higher than what it is right now. With Kyler, I would be surprised if he is the starting quarterback for the Cardinals by this time next year. I think they will more than likely try to get out of that contract because they've been a bad franchise basically since he's been there. He had that 1 year. He had his rookie season where they didn't win that many games. His sophomore year, I think they went to the playoffs but lost immediately. So they're probably going to move off of him because he just doesn't win football games.
Deuce, we're not saying that we would want to just keep Puka and Kyler long term indefinitely or anything. That is not the case whatsoever. In fact, specifically, we have both of these guys in our sell high videos that we made about 2 weeks ago. Both of them were in these sell highs. So we would just be advocating for not just losing value for the sake of losing value, try to get proper value in terms of consensus for each one of them, and then do with that what you will.
Yeah, because the other side of that, so it's Puka and Kyler for Bryce, the 102, which I perceived to probably be Omarion Hampton. And who was the other person there? It was Dalton Kincaid. Dalton Kincaid is, he was playing hurt last year, and he probably has a resurgence next year, but it's not tight end premium, so I don't value him a ton. And then Bryce Young got some confidence, right, coming off his 4 or 5 game stretch where he was playing decently.
Yeah, he's playing great.
He might be, a solid, low end. Well, mid QB2, high end QB2 maybe. But yeah, definitely Puka, Kyler side, and you flip them immediately, preferably before the start of the season.
Yeah. Especially Kyler Murray, man. Because, yeah, he is very short for a quarterback. Yeah, Jerry has been screwing up since he fired Jimmy Johnson and cursed his own franchise. That is a fact. All this
Yeah,
talent and
yeah.
nothing to show for it since.
Yeah, for sure. I think also Yab made a funny comment that I laughed at earlier, but we never really got to say it. He said Herbert is literally a 6'6" Cybertron. Good luck finding that at the 106. That's completely fair.
Yeah, I'm always coming with the heat. That is big facts.
Big facts for sure. This is one of the more interesting national anthems I've ever heard, but I'm kind of messing with it a little bit.
As long as he's GM. Oh, don't you worry, Matthew. Then his son gets to take over.
Yeah, yeah. I know we got a Cowboy fan or two in the chat for sure. I know Jerry Jones said yesterday that he's planning on making some. He has two big time trades in the making. I believe one of them might be Jamison Williams.
Jameson?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you, I know they've been talking about Matthew Golden. I would much rather have Jamison Williams in terms of if I was looking to have a field stretcher to get CeeDee Lamb open. Oh my goodness. Jamison Williams is potentially the fastest player in the league. One of them at least.
He is an absolute rocket ship when he gets in space. You get him on a slant and give him 3 or 4 yards of separation, he is shooting off. To your question, Deuce, is Dak a top 10 quarterback next year?
Potentially, if he stays healthy. He's done it
He's
several
shown the
times.
ability. He's shown the ability. He's had 2 top 10 finishes, and then he's had 3 years where he's been hurt. So he has all the talent, and I think if they draft some pass catchers, right? Because literally all they have right now is CeeDee Lamb. Their Ferguson's not really it for me. I think they probably will go some sort of skill position player, whether it's running back or wide receiver in the first round. And I think they do also get a wide receiver / running back in the second round. Whatever they didn't go in the first round, they will go in the second round because they need offensive players. Jerry Jones is probably looking to be bold here.
And whatever they might lose in total passing volume, if they have a better running game, they could make up for in total touchdown scoring, anyways. And
Yeah.
but yeah, I think that, yeah, and I do agree. He does alternate. It's like every other year he's an elite QB1, and every other year he's hurt or something. It's crazy.
Yep. So if you're betting to history repeating itself, Dak is probably going to be a solid quarterback next year. So we'll see for sure. In terms of the Cowboys winning a Super Bowl, yeah, those days have probably passed.
I know that's right, Scott.
Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise.
Cowboys haters in here. I'm kind of indifferent,
for sure.
personally. Actually, I have a Dez Bryant
Jeez
jersey,
Louise.
come to think of it.
Dez Bryant was electric, man. Shout out to Dez for sure. He was electric for those
I'm not
4
a
or 5
Cowboys
years.
fan, but Dez Bryant was that guy.
Yeah, that's who we hope Ted McMillan is. Living in San Antonio, it's fun.
How about
Fair
them
enough.
Cowboys, Matthew? How about them
How
Cowboys?
about 'em?
We're winning. It's every year we're winning the Super Bowl, man.
It is the cycle. I think that cycle has sailed now because at least they had a solid roster and were at least
They have
making the
Eagles
playoffs every
and
year.
Jaden Daniels now, man.
Yeah, that's tough. You know, they were beating on the poor Washington football team for a while, and now the Eagles are an elite team. So that guy couldn't make the.
We're throwing shade out here, man.
What
Some haters
in
out
the
here.
world? This is looking like our dynasty league, man.
Yeah.
Our dynasty league chat.
We them boys. Oh, that's funny.
I'm curious to see if our pick tracker works. I think it does, but we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. This is the first time we've ever gone
10
live.
minutes, guys. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
I don't know about y'all in the
No.
chat, but man, I could every year it feels like 20 years until we just get to see where the guys are going to be.
Yep. I I know this is going to sound a little crazy. I think I'm more excited about day 2 than I am day 1 just because there's more fantasy relevant players going in day 2, I think, than day 1. But obviously the Genty landing spot's huge. Where does Tet go? If he goes to the Bucks, that's going to suck.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot of running backs, man, in round 2, potentially
Oh my goodness.
4 or 5, maybe
Yeah.
just depends. Definitely rounds 2 and 3. We're probably I couldn't imagine we're seeing any less than 8. So, Deuce, what do you
God,
think about Chris Olave then? If you're a Saints fan,
I think he's indifferent.
I'm just curious. I know it's not his fault that Derek Carr throws him into a hospital a couple times every year. What are you gonna do?
He's gone, so it's okay now.
The bad man can't hurt him anymore.
The bad man cannot hurt him anymore. That's 100% correct.
Uh,
I would say Genty goes either 6 to the Raiders or 10th to the Bears. If he makes it to the Bears, I would be shocked. Scatabo, I have no idea because he's going to be a 3rd round guy if I had to guess. I would like to see him land with like the Patriots or the Commanders, or maybe not the Commanders, but maybe the Patriots or a team that needs a power back. Hampton, I think, probably goes 20th to the Broncos. Deuce, what do you feel? How do you feel about Chris Olave as a receiver right now? Um, Scarborough, we haven't really done a top 10 picks respectively. We both share a consensus top 6, I think, though, which would be Ward 1, we're going to say Hunter 2, Carter 3, Campbell 4, 5 would be Mason Graham, and 6 would be Genty. Also, I agree, Scott. I do think he is close to retiring because he's taken some monster hits. Literally last year, he took a hospital pass that like killed him almost, and then he comes back and immediately gets destroyed again. I agree, Deuce. I think the Saints are in a big time rebuild. They tried to, they were looking good those first couple weeks, and I think they tried to make a run, and then they just died. Offense and defense is old, to be fair. That whole team's old. I don't know about Olave's weight being an issue, in my opinion, but I do think, in terms of injuries, I didn't think he was all that talented, in my opinion, originally. I thought he was a solid wide receiver 2, but never thought he was a wide receiver 1. Yeah, I posted it in the chat earlier, but oh, you've pinned it. Okay, that makes more sense.
yeah,
5 minutes and
just
counting,
thought I'd get
everybody.
that sorted.
Whew! I cannot wait. I cannot wait. We got to wait 10 minutes approximately. Well, probably 15, 20 minutes just to see who the first overall pick is, of course. But
I'm curious
yeah, it's
what
going to be Cam Ward.
I'm curious what anybody in the chat thinks about Cam Ward's fit with the Titans, because from what I've seen, it looks like Callahan just likes to run the Joe Burrow offense that he ran with them in Cincinnati, and Burrow is much more your stick to the structure of the play, get the ball out, be efficient. Whereas Ward is I don't like this. I'm just gonna scramble around, make 5 people miss and they either throw a crossbody pick six or a long pass down the sideline. So, it is a different style of play.
So remember what he was talking about in terms of the press conferences last year when Levis was making the stretch, like every single week he was making like one of the worst horrendous plays he could make.
The one where he was like, oh no.
Literally, Cam Ward does the same things that Levis does. Now, I will say he's not in love with his deep ball all the time. He's not throwing deep balls like Levis was. All he was doing was throwing ducks downfield, right? Cam Ward can actually hit people underneath. And I don't love the Titans landing spot just because they have little to no talent. They have 30-year-old Calvin Ridley. Tony Pollard is decent. Tajay Spears is okay.
They just got elite wide receiver 1. Tyler Lockett, baby.
Oh, yeah. Tyler Lockett did just sign, so that's probably going to be their Z/slot. They're going to have to go receiver second or third round at the very latest and probably draft running back because Tajay Spears just hasn't really shown the ability to be a consistent running back outside of some pass catching upside here and there. And Pollard is, relatively fine running back. But yeah, with Ward, we're going to have to draft around him. And like I said, he's got the upside of Mahomes and the floor of Zach Wilson. So we'll see how he lands. I would be staying away from him though in my rookie drafts just because the Titans are that bad of a team in my opinion.
Yikes. I guess I need to get rid of my Cam Ward share.
I think he's got decent value right now and it could literally drop to nothing within 3 weeks, I think.
Yeah, he definitely could. Shout out to Yub Sarah for the $50 super chat via Venmo. Thank you very much, good sir.
Yeah, Sarah, you're the GOAT. Happy birthday, my friend. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
It's his birthday today.
You are the GOAT. We'll see how you do in our Dynasty League.
Probably bottom 2.
Let me know if Brian Thomas, you just hate having him on your team.
He's probably, in a rebuild, I think BTJ might be the best possible receiver to have. Him or Neighbors.
Probably.
Oh, let's talk about Tyler Warren, our tight end 1 real quick. So we've seen him go all sorts of places. Some people are saying Loveland is the tight end 1, which I think he's the most well-rounded tight end, but I definitely don't think he's the best in terms of fantasy upside. So Tyler Warren, I've seen him go to the Colts. I've seen him at 14. I've seen him go 7th to the Jets. I love that landing spot. And I've seen him go to Seattle as well. Obviously, we probably love the Jets landing spot the most, but where do you think is the most likely landing spot for Tyler Warren? I've seen betting odds that he's minus like 130 to go top 10. So
I think he goes to the Jets.
That makes a lot of sense because they moved on from Tyler Conklin, right? And they basically have, I think they have, I forget his name, but they have a relative veteran in there right now. Let me.
I don't know if anybody in the chat or maybe Bobby, if you know. I was listening. It might have been Dane Brugler or Nate Tice. I was listening to somebody earlier today, and one of the teams, he didn't say. Whoever said it didn't say specifically which team it was, but he said that somebody inside the top 10 prefers Loveland over Warren, which I find interesting.
And I've seen multiple other analysts. I think he's a better NFL tight end in terms of what you want. I think he's a better team in terms of real life tight end than Warren is, just because Warren's a little spotty as a blocker, right? He's not a full, but I think he's an absolute weapon that you can use all over the place. Think Taysom Hill, but on steroids. That is much larger and much more physical than Taysom Hill is because he can play quarterback. He was a high school quarterback. He's made some solid throws as well at Penn State. He can line up at H-back. He can be in the Wildcat as well. Like he's effective there. So I could see Taysom Hill on steroids, and I think a team, especially with a creative offensive mind, is going to love him. Now, that's why I kind of tend to shy away from him at 7. I think Loveland would go 7 if they do go tight end, just because he's a more complete tight end, and Aaron Glenn's a defensive head coach.
Picks 1, 2, and 4 gets traded here. It might just be the weed, man.
It might just be the weed.
Maybe
I'll
not
be
though.
honest.
Anything could happen in this draft. I wouldn't be shocked by just about anything. The only thing that would surprise me really is if Cam Ward doesn't go 1 overall. Anything else wouldn't surprise me really. It's the Giants and the
Yeah.
Browns. They mess they mess up picks so often, dude.
I'll be honest, Scott, I would love to see the Titans. If I was a Titans fan, I'd love to see them trade out of this pick, but I don't think that's happening. Also, yeah, birthday or not, Dante Thornton Jr. is probably not going to be his over under for career receiving yards for me is like 1,000.
It's gonna be when Yab calls you out and when he proves you wrong, Dante Thornton's the best rebuild wide receiver in fantasy. You're gonna look mighty foolish. He's gonna take our spot, man. He's gonna look and say, "Look at me, I'm the creator now."
If Dante Thornton Jr. is anywhere remotely fantasy relevant, like if he is a wide receiver 2 or better, I will be flabbergasted.
Well, we all know yeah, we all know what the bet is in the Dynasty League. I'm gonna go into too much detail with that though.
Jackson Dart. I would love to see them trade out here because I'm telling you, Cam Ward has got great upside, but he's not changing that Titans team as of right now. They need so much help. So, how's this work? Are they on the clock right now, or are they? Oh no, Goodell has to come out.
Yeah,
and
he comes
announce
out
it
and makes his
everything else.
grand appearance.
Cheer or booze for Goodell? Cheer or booze?
Who is Chicago likely to draft, Jack? I would say if I had to, it's obviously tough to say when you're not within the top so many picks. If I had to put a bet on it, I would say Kelvin Banks personally.
At 10?
That's probably not the consensus, but I don't think Membu's going to be there. I don't think.
Yeah, I think Jets might take Membu. I
know
don't think the
Campbell's not
Rams
gonna
are
be there.
taking a quarterback. I don't think.
They could take
But,
Warren though. They could take Loveland. They could take. There's some things they could do. I thought the tight end. I
He's on
thought
a
the tight end
bike.
picks is kind of weird because you already have a decent one in Cole Kmet.
Yeah, so for Chicago, I would say tackle. If Genty falls to them at 10, I have a hard time believing that they
Oh.
won't take him.
Yeah, I doubt he falls. If he falls, it's definitely Gentry though.
For sure. Why? Who's all these people? I see Ed Reed, I think. Is that Little Wayne? Let's go. Packers fan through and through.
Well, if Ed Reed's there, it's a good time.
Yeah,
the
for
GOAT.
sure.
Fun fact:
He is the
2/3
GOAT.
of the Earth is covered by water. The other third is covered by Ed Reed.
That is true. You better not catch a ball near him either.
Nope.
I would say Bears go Genty if he's there. I don't think they draft Hampton.
Hey Scott,
Yes,
who's your
sir.
top 5 running backs in order? I'm guessing you have Genty and Hampton 1, 2. I'm curious what you have for 3 for 5 though.
I'd like to hear everybody's top 5 as well.
Yeah,
If y'all
actually.
have a top 5, I'd love to hear
Yeah, but I'm
think-
curious where
I
that
doubt
bum
Jordan James will be in
Henderson
them.
is.
where that bum Henderson is.
Boo.
600,000. 6 times the population of Green Bay, Wisconsin. That's crazy. I love it.
Are you listening to Goodell right now?
Yes. He's trying to win the crowd over. I love it.
It's small, but it's mighty. Oh, that's funny.
What does Lil Wayne have to do with any of this? I know he's a Packers fan, but jeez Louise. It's not gonna stop them from booing you, Goodell. Why are they all on bikes?
Has he ever hosted a draft and not been booed?
No, that's the whole thing. I was about to say something about Clay Matthews. He's the GOAT.
You know what's going to be messed up is
He's gigantic.
If they had Jalen Milroe come to the draft for no reason.
Who?
Jalen Milroe. You know how they invited him to the draft?
Yeah.
That'd be messed up if he doesn't get taken. I
highly doubt he's a first-round pick.
I thought it was a strange invitation personally, but maybe somebody else likes him.
It's cool. I mean, he can stay there day 2, right? He'll be able to go up on the stage and stuff day 2. Oh. Here we go.
What is going on?
Clay Matthews. I love that. I love that from Clay Matthews. W. I love that. The Bears still suck. That's elite.
So you got Genty at 1, Hampton at 2, Scatterboo at 3, Caleb Johnson at 4, and Brashard Smith at 5. You know, Brashard Smith is arguably a top 2 pass catching back in this class. Converted wide receiver. He's very talented as a receiver.
We just think he's not very physical. We love our backs to be somewhat physical and be able to fight through contact. We just did not see that with Brashard Smith. He's a little bit lighter as well.
I think he could be like a James White type, where he's a good in PPR, depending on his fit.
Yeah, but I don't hate that top 5. I do think Dylan Sampson is painfully inefficient, and he's very much landing spot dependent. But I cannot deny that he is an elite level athlete. Jordan James at 2. I love to see that.
Shout out to Yab.
Yeah, Judkins is he's probably my RB5 in the class. Caleb Johnson's probably my RB6. Genty obviously 1. So yeah, James is RB3 for me. Henderson being outside of your top 5 is criminal though, but outside of that, I like that.
He's been a hater.
Yeah, he has been a hater. I actually traded him to him. I traded Henderson to Yab just for him to trade him back to me for less.
You gotta trust the process.
How much time do you think the Titans spend on this pick? I mean, they've had the first pick forever.
They forced them to for commercial reasons and television reasons.
I ain't seen nobody call Cam Ward yet. Scott, could it be Jackson Dart? Dart?
Scott, if you get that right, I don't even know what to say. That would be crazy.
He wins $1,000. He wins $1,000 if that's the case.
You would go down as a legend.
That would be elite.
Dude, that would be generational. That's the word, generational.
He's not at the draft, right? Dart is not. I don't think I saw him.
I think Sanders, Milroe, and Ward were the only ones, right, to receive an invitation, maybe?
I think Sanders, yeah, they all look like they've already made the decision. I'm leaning Cam Ward here. But Sanders has his own draft room, and I wish you would have seen. They posted it on Reddit. I wish you could have seen the comments. It was literally like, he better be prepared to be in there 2 days. Heck yeah, Scott. Let's get some drinks for the chat. Heck yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are really high on Cam Scatabo. I think if he translates to the NFL, and I think he definitely has the size and the theoretical ability to be a bell cow.
Behind Ashton Genty, I think he's the hardest running back to tackle in this entire draft class.
That's
What really limits
probably
him
true.
is his long speed. His long speed and his overall agility, he doesn't really utilize that much. But I will say in terms of overall ability, he could be a Rex Burkhead and he could be a Marshawn Lynch. So that's his up and down for me. I like Rex Burkhead, by the way.
I wonder why you comped him to Rex Burkhead.
Hmm?
Nothing.
Oh, because they're both similar size and similar running style,
Gotcha.
and they're both white.
Oh yeah. Oh really?
Yeah, that too.
Oh okay.
I don't know. I think Scam Scadabo's got a little bit of flair to him, like some Cajun flair to him. I don't know where he's actually from. I think he's from California. I think. I could be completely wrong in that. Jameson Williams and James Conner is not less. I didn't trade you James Conner, did I?
I don't know who that would have been. It would have been me.
I did. I traded him JMO for sure.
Let's see after the season. We shall see.
All right. Let's say Cam Ward goes 1, right?
Mhm.
How many wins do you think the Titans have next year? I would say 6 wins. I think they double their win total from last year,
Let me
which
look
would be
at
an overall
their
win.
schedule.
He also hasn't played a lot of high end competition. Cam Ward, I
Ooh.
do have to note that though.
So they get the
They got a tough one.
Chiefs. So at home they get the Chiefs, the Chargers, the Rams, the Seahawks,
Do they
Patriots,
win any of
Saints,
those games?
Texans, Colts, and Jags. Away they get the Broncos, Raiders, Cardinals, 49ers, Browns, Texans, Colts, and Jags. Their away schedule is really easy, but their home schedule is tough.
Well, I guess I'd want it that way, right?
I
I'd
mean,
want my
yeah.
home schedule to be tough, right? Versus my away schedule to be tough.
I think they could
At least they play not at Arrowhead, so that's good.
I think there's a
Arrowhead's a tough place
chance
to
they
play.
beat the Browns. There's a chance they beat the Raiders.
All right,
They
pick
beat
is
the
in, guys.
Saints. They could beat the Patriots. Maybe like 4 to 5 wins, I'd imagine. The pick is in. What is it
Pick
gonna
is in.
be?
It's got to be Cam Ward here. I'm going Cam Ward. I got to stay off my phone. Reddit's going to be leaking stuff for me, I bet. Somehow they know before everybody else. It's crazy.
All right. Once we figure out if it's gonna be,
What can we do to make Roger Goodell come out on the bicycle every single time?
that is a good question.
That was a pretty good pick. Well, they're 1-for-1 on first overall picks. Their only first overall pick was Will Campbell, who's a Hall of Famer. So their hit rate right now is 100%. So
All right, Scott. The time is now. Is it gonna be?
are you
Jackson
losing
Dart.
$20 or are you making 1,000? Let's see. The draft has begun.
What if it was a smokescreen the entire time and it was never Cam Ward? Crazy.
I mean, I doubt he interviewed that great. I don't really like him in terms of how he talks and how he presents himself, but he does have great upside. All right.
Here we go.
Pick us in.
Let's go, boys. Cam Ward, Cam Ward. Let's go.
All right. Cool beans.
All right, so let's take a look at Cam Ward, right? So
That's a great. I mean, you lost $20. That's fine. I don't know how he
yo,
does in the NFL, but
yo,
what's up?
the trade. Browns and
Jacksonville
Jags.
Jaguars are at 2. This has got to be Travis Hunter. This has
Yes.
got to be Travis Hunter.
Yeah, the Jags are getting
What?
pick 2.
Okay, what are they trading then? Let's see.
So the Jags get pick
I got it.
2, a 4th rounder and a 6th rounder, and they give up their 5th
The
overall
fifth.
pick, their 2nd round pick this year, a 4th this year, and their 26th first. Dude, that's a
Jeez
heist.
Louise.
Are you
So
serious?
I'll repeat that real quick. So the Jags get 2nd overall pick, a 4th rounder, and a 6th rounder. The Browns get the 5th overall pick, the 36th overall pick, which is their 2nd rounder, a 4th rounder this year, and a 2026. That is crazy. Hey, Scott, so far you're right about the trades for sure. Um, Wow, yeah,
Yeah, that is an
definitely
awful
that's a
trade.
fleece job.
Yeah.
Browns are 2 for 2 for trades right now. They got 2 fifths, I believe.
Dude, what do we think
Right?
about the
They
fit
got two
for
fifths.
Hunter? What do we think about the fit in the offense for
Well,
Hunter?
it's not Hunter yet, but I definitely think they have a need at receiver and they have a need at corner. So
Two birds, one
that's
stone.
awesome. Well, let's go ahead and talk Cam Ward real quick while they're making the pick.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
It's showing Trevion right
So
now.
you gotta go to your Canva and change the slide.
Ah, gotcha.
Make sure my thing doesn't go black. Yeah, I went black, but that's okay. Once you pull me back up, we'll be good.
Yeah.
Anyways, in terms of Cam Ward, we'll have a slide up here in just a second, but
It's going slow.
I mean, there's some great things. There's some great things to like about Cam Ward. Obviously, you got the improvisation, you got the arm angles, right? He's a very good out of structure quarterback. I don't know how much Callahan's going to like that. And obviously, he had some great production last year. But in terms of some of the negatives, right, he's got ball security issues in terms of throwing some interceptions when he doesn't need to, um, fumbling a good bit as well. He likes to play hero ball and just force the ball, and just doesn't really look great all around. But in terms of the arm talent, it's decent, but nothing crazy.
All right, there we go.
So you had Dart on there.
Showing Cam Ward.
Yep, showing Cam Ward now. But yeah, I kind of already spoke to the positive and negatives with Cam Ward. I think the landing spot's a little iffy for him as well, just because of the talent around him. But if you want to speak to a little bit of Cam Ward, he's our QB1. But how do you feel about him, man, overall?
Yeah, so as far as Cam Ward's concerned, he thrives with improvisation. He has traits similar to that of Mahomes in terms of extending the play, looking downfield. Now, he also shares some of the Will Levis type concerns, Sam Darnold, where he will make some head scratching mistakes, take his team out of the game at times. It is unfortunate, but in this draft class, I think he has some of the most upside, and he's improved every year, and he's on that upward trajectory.
So, Scott, I don't believe the Jags would have traded up 3 picks when it's almost 100% certain that only one tackle was going to go before them. but this could be Campbell maybe, but I think it's Hunter for sure. But in terms of Ward, yeah, he has a lot of great tools, and he can be coached out of some of his decision making and some of his flaws. But is the Titans coaching staff capable of doing that? We'll see.
We'll see.
But the pick is in. The pick is in for the Jaguars. If this is Travis Hunter, Trevor Lawrence's stock goes up even more now, in my opinion. If it's tackle, Trevor Lawrence's stock goes up even more. What if this is Genty? Could you imagine?
Could you imagine? That would be
That's
crazy
what the rumors have
work.
been saying all week. They've been saying that they're going to trade up or take Genty or trade up and get Travis Hunter. That would be shocking to me if they pick Genty over Hunter. It's got to be Travis Hunter here. Are we going 2 for 2? I think so.
I think it has to be Travis Hunter. Like you said, 2 birds, 1 stone with this draft selection if they let him play both ways.
Look, the rumors all week have been Genty for the Jags. That would make literally 0 sense, but no matter what the Jags do, as long as it's an offensive pick, I think Trevor Lawrence is going up in terms of stock.
And it's weird because you would think that the Genty talk would have been smoke so that they could, trade down. So for them to trade up, interesting. That was maybe it was a completely random smoke screen just so they could get this done.
That would, I don't know. That's a lot. All right. He's a big man.
Yeah, he's what, like 5'5", maybe? 150.
You're talking about Armstead?
I'm kidding.
Browns
Scott, that
can
is
go
a good
BPA
question.
here. They just go BPA in my opinion.
Yeah, at 5. Because maybe they could be in the Genty running. I mean, they could really, with Chubb out. I mean, they don't have a they don't have a good running back right now. This will be interesting though.
All right.
You'd make this a better place by picking.
I like this from Armstead, though. All right,
Yeah,
let's
he's a
get
good
to the
dude.
pick, my friend. He's cheesing.
Let's go. What's up, Brian? We're about to see the Jaguars pick. It's got to be Travis Hunter.
It's got to be. I would be shocked if it wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go. That is a fantastic pick, I think, for the Jacksonville Jaguars, all in all.
And so with Travis Hunter,
yeah,
he goes to the Jaguars. What do you think about that, Bobby?
Look at him. I love that. I think Travis Hunter won. I know people question some of the characteristics with his girlfriend. I think that's all garbage, in my opinion. I think overall he is the best player in this entire draft class. No question. I think the Jaguars are a great team in order to get him on both sides of the ball. And I think with this landing spot, he could play a good bit of receiver. Now, he's not going to be the wide receiver one in this offense, but he will be utilized there for sure. In terms of some of the positives with Travis Hunter, right? In terms of athleticism, he's probably the best overall athlete pound for pound in this draft class. In terms of the ball skills, I've been scouting for a many of years now, guys. He has the best ball skills of any player I've ever watched on tape. And the yak ability, he's super elusive after the catch as well. Maybe not so much as Luther Burden, but absolutely yak monster. Get him in space, he can make things happen. Now, some of the negatives, there's not many of them. Thin build, he's 190, a little, I think he's 6 foot tall, 190. In nowadays NFL, I don't know if that's a major red flag. And then the biggest concern everybody's going to have with him is, does he play corner? Does he play wide receiver? Does he play a little bit of both? How much is he utilized on the offensive side of the ball for fantasy? I don't know with the Jaguars. I think he'll be a 50-50 guy with the Jaguars because they have a need at both. But yeah, I love Travis Hunter. I think he's like a little Garrett Wilson with some Champ Bailey on defense as well.
Yeah, I am thoroughly impressed with Travis Hunter. Like I said, yeah, my comp for him was Garrett Wilson with better ball skills. A very apt comp. The thin build is what it is. I think, if anything, they can have BTJ on the line and have Travis Hunter get the free releases, which is just lethal, to be honest with you.
His release packages are absolutely deadly.
Yes.
Some other negatives I do want to hash out is the route running is not impeccable. I don't think he's the best route runner in this class, but he does win with athleticism.
Hence the Garrett Wilson
And
comp.
yes, he wins with athleticism and not polish in terms of route running, which I think he can get better at that. But man, it's just a different game at the next level where you're in DB meetings and wide receiver meetings, having to know the offensive and defensive game plans.
Yeah.
Oh, the pick number 3 is in.
Shout out to Yab. He's excited. He's a Jags fan. He has.
I need to pull the chat back up.
Now he has 2 stud wide receivers. Yeah. Oh man, Trevor Lawrence. Hey, that buy low on Trevor Lawrence. It's looking better and better.
It is. It is. I thought he was a buy. Oh my!
He was
I'm just seeing
low.
some of his highlights. Some of I'm just like I can't even talk right now because of the highlights that he's showing me on. Just they're showing Travis Hunter highlights. Nuts, absolutely nuts. So far we're 2 for 2. I think the Giants, they're probably going Carter here. He's the best defensive player in the draft for me. Obviously, he has some flaws, especially in the run game, but probably the best edge defender in terms of intangibles and size for me.
I think, yeah. It is interesting. I think they can both coexist. With Mike Evans, right? Last year, him and Godwin definitely could coexist. I think while Baker Mayfield has played like a better quarterback than Trevor Lawrence so far, I think Trevor Lawrence is plenty capable with some decent play calling, with some better designs in terms of whatever Press Taylor was trying to do the last couple of years. I think wheels are up, and I think I agree. They is a perfect fit, and I think they can both coexist. But I think, like you said, Bobby, I think BTJ is still going to be the wide receiver 1. I think he's a little bit better of a wide receiver right now. But obviously, with Travis Hunter having that dual ability on offense and defense is crazy.
Yeah, he's a unicorn. I mean, I don't like saying that for players a lot, but he's a unicorn, man. That's just what he is. It's got to be Abdul Carter.
Yeah, this should be easy. Yep.
All right, 3 for 3. That 5.5's not looking so bad right now.
Was that Scott who was doing the? Who was that? Yeah, interesting. So it is interesting, chat. The They potentially could be looking to trade Kayvon Thibodeau. They have Burns on the edge, who is an elite edge rusher, and now they have Carter. They definitely have one of the best, if not potentially the best, 1-2 punch. I'd imagine now with Carter. Uh, we'll see what they do with Thibodeau. Maybe they could trade him for some draft capital. Maybe they just want to have him as a rotational piece. That definitely could not hurt. It'd be really nice if the Giants' offense this year could keep them off the field, at least to some degree, because they did them no favors this past season. And the one thing with Carter is he has one of the best first steps that I've seen in some time, reminiscent of Micah Parsons. I know the comp is a little bit lazy because Penn State, number 11 and such, but they do share that elite first step off the edge.
Just one of the
All right. Yeah. Abdul Carter, I want to speak. We don't have slides for the non fantasy players, just for that would have been so much work. But in terms of Abdul Carter, I did watch some film on him. I want to say there's some issues that I have with him. I think first and foremost, he shows me inconsistent effort in the run game, but I can't deny that he is got an elite first step in terms of being an edge rusher. I think he's a great game wrecker as well. And once they clean up some stuff, especially with him being a run defender, making him a little more balanced, I think he can absolutely be a 10 plus sack guy in the NFL. Hence why he's a top 3 selection.
Thank goodness they didn't pick quarterback here, man. I was so worried for their sake. At least they did the right thing, even if it doesn't necessarily help their jobs particularly. I think it does. But, some people were saying that they might want to try to buy themselves some time by picking Shadur or something. I think this is just objectively the much better pick.
Hey, you may want to refresh your draft tracker. It doesn't look like it's updating right now. But yeah, Abdul Carter, I know they compare him a lot to Micah Parsons. I think in terms of the player comp, I don't know if he's the upside as Micah Parsons, because I think Micah Parsons is a better off-ball linebacker. He can be used as that, right? I don't know. Make sure my picture comes back up. Oh, we're back. Cool. Yeah, I'd like Micah Parsons better. Obviously, if Abdul Carter gets anything close to Micah Parsons' production, it's going to be a hit for the Giants for sure. But yeah, they needed an edge, so now they have Brian Burns on one side and Abdul Carter on the other. That defense is and who's the D tackle? I forget his name, but he's absolutely elite as well. Dexter Lawrence. Dexter Lawrence is an absolute madman. That D line's looking scary. They just got to figure it out on offense.
Yeah, Mage Jack. I think Genty. I think the Browns are a very realistic spot. I think they could do themselves a huge favor by having a decent running game. I think they're also candidate potentially just to go BPA and maybe even get offensive tackle help. Maybe they could go Mason Graham. Depends. I think the Patriots here though are going to go Will Campbell, and they have mentioned that they do view him as a tackle despite the potential arm length concerns. We'll see about that. I think worst case scenario, I think he's a Pro Bowl level caliber guard.
So this is what I'll say. I think. So here's an interesting stat for you. So Tristan Wirfs, we all love Tristan Wirfs as a Pro Bowl, All Pro level tackle. He has the same arm length as Will Campbell. There's another guy as well. The guy for the Chargers, Rashawn Slater, same arm length as Will Campbell. When I looked at the tape, I don't see how a team doesn't at least try him at tackle. I think he will be a Pro Bowl level tackle, especially if he goes to the Patriots. Protect Drake May's blind side.
Oh, for sure. They'd better do that. Man, I'm thinking it's a lot to project right now, but I'm thinking Patriots go skill position top of round 2. I think we could potentially see a Burden, Egbuka if he falls. I think we could be seeing one of those types of picks. I would love a Jalen Royals to the Patriots.
So for me, the Patriots will almost certainly draft running back or receiver in round 2, and I think whatever they don't draft in round 2, they draft the other in round 3. Their skill positions, maybe outside of the Raiders, are among the worst in the league. I like Demario Douglas. I think he's pretty solid, shifty kind of gadget weapon in the slot. Jalen Polk shown to be one of the worst receivers in the NFL last year. Kayshon Boutte looked solid down the stretch, but I don't think you should feel comfortable starting him in your lineup every single week of the Patriots and fantasy rather. And then Ramondre showed that he couldn't be consistent with the ball. He put the ball on the ground 7 times, I think, last year. So absolutely go running back here, capitalize on that, and receiver as well. Absolute huge need for the Patriots, as well as tackle. You go tackle here, though, no question.
There's a lot of needs.
I love that pick for the Jags, though. So far that's my favorite pick, and that's probably going to be my favorite pick, at least for real life football reasons.
I was terrified they were going to go Ted McMillan because with Hunter, like obviously he's going to be a good receiver. We think. I was more from a BTJ perspective. I was much more afraid of having Tet on that team than Hunter personally. Because Tet projects to be more of a volume kind of a guy as opposed to the big play that Hunter is. Although Hunter deserves interesting. Volume.
I think Hunter also deserves volume, but I don't know if he will get the volume, right? Because BTJ is just an absolute superstar wide receiver. But Trevor Lawrence is going to love this.
Oh, yeah. Liam Cohen already said that the offense is running through BTJ, so that'll almost certainly continue.
Damn it, Rappaport. I know what the 4th pick is. I'm flipping my phone over. Damn it. Rappaport makes me angry, man. He knows everything 5 minutes before he needs to. I got it spoiled, guys. All right. At 4, who could it possibly be? If you had to bet money, what are you going for at 4?
Here we go. William Campbell.
Did you look at the Rappaport tweet?
I had announced it on TV.
Oh, I'm a little behind then.
Yeah. Interesting. I like the pick personally. I think that was, chalk consensus. If they weren't going to get a skill position player for May to throw to, they needed to protect him. So I think this was the best pick they could have made potentially, unless they wanted to maybe go with Membu potentially for the upside.
Yeah, no, I think you take the Pro Bowl tackle here. Interesting that he's wearing green. Maybe he thought he was going to the Jaguars. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, Patriots knocked this pick out of the park. It's a brain dead decision. I will say, notably, the Patriots over the past 10 years haven't really drafted many Pro Bowlers in the first round, which is kind of weird. Their last Pro Bowler, I think, drafted in the first round, that wasn't Mac Jones. That doesn't count in my opinion. But
was he an
Mac
alternate,
Jones,
right? I think
he was an alternate. The last guy that actually had a Pro Bowl in his career was Joe Thuney, and he didn't have a Pro Bowl with the Patriots. He only had one once he got to the Chiefs. So
it's kind of shocking how good they've been at predicting drafting wide receivers.
Well, I guess it's fair because the Patriots over the past 10 years is, pretty low picks because they've been a dynasty over the past 10 years, right? Not here in the past 4 or 5 years, but yeah, I love this pick. I think this is the best first round pick they could have made outside of trading back for a haul, maybe. And you see the Patriots fan, they definitely like it. So
yeah, let's keep our guy alive this year.
Another thing, the draft pick is updated and it's updating now, so that's beautiful. I love that. We're full steam ahead, ladies and gentlemen. The next skill position player could very easily go here.
What is everybody in
I
chat
can't.
thinking about the Browns? Type who you think they pick below.
Yeah, I'd love to hear y'all's picks on the Browns. This could be a Genty spot for me. Nick Chubb is cooked, unfortunately. Jerome Ford cannot be your premier back. He just can't be.
Too small.
Too small and inefficient.
Yeah, but he makes it look okay once he gets that one random 20-yard gain. Then it looks like he was efficient.
Oh, Will Campbell, top 5 pick, getting a little emotional here. I like that. What a stud. He's been doubted this whole offseason about how small he is, and look at him. What a stud.
You wouldn't have ever guessed it by the film.
Yeah, he's a monster on film. I love that, Campbell. You go up on my board. If I could draft you in my fantasy drafts, I would. I love that, Will Campbell. He said, I'll fight and die with everything that I have. Says he's big on the Patriots. He said a franchise like the Patriots means a whole lot to him. So I love that. That's great.
At least he has something worthwhile to protect. Ooh. Cleveland's pick is in. What are we thinking, chat? I'm thinking Genty.
I'm thinking Genty here, guys. 5.5. Is this where it ends? Is this where it ends, ladies and gentlemen? I think it's Genty. But this could be literally anyone. They could go another edge rusher, right, to counteract with Myles Garrett. They could go receiver. I don't think that's likely. They could go quarterback. I'm thinking because, it's Flacco and Kenny Pickett right now and Deshaun Watson, I guess. But I think Genty's the guy here. You don't want to bring in another quarterback into that room just yet until you get rid of Deshaun Watson and let Flacco move on. I think it's Genty. You agree?
Yeah, I would personally go with Genty if I was them. I could see them going offensive line, maybe. Yeah, Membu
could be.
Daniel Jeremiah said it himself, but I'd give it about a 60% chance of Genty.
I would love Graham here, just in a real life football pick. Graham would be an excellent pick here. Walker out of Georgia would be a fantastic pick. All right, let's see. Is this where Genty goes? Because if Genty goes here, he's solidified as the RB1. This would be one of the better landing spots for Genty. Mason Graham, that's a great pick. That's a great pick. That's a great pick for the Browns.
He and Myles Garrett are going to tear it up.
That's going to be a fierce D line for sure. Well, the 5.5 didn't hit, chat. We went the under. That's okay.
Yeah.
Mason Graham's he's the best D tackle in this draft class. He's on par with Abdul Carter in terms of just game wrecking ability. He's obviously a way better run defender, but he can also rush the passer when he needs to. But in terms of, he's on par with Dexter Lawrence, in my opinion, in terms of game wrecking ability.
You know what's interesting is Hunter was, mocked to the Browns for quite some time now, and then Mason Graham was projected to go to the Jags forever, and so it actually just switched, and they took both players in the spots they were supposed to go in. It's pretty interesting.
This is a great pick for the Browns. I don't hate it whatsoever. I love that. This is awesome.
That D-line is going to be scary.
Yeah. He's more so of a run defender, as you guys can see with the 3.5 sacks, but he definitely can be a a rusher. He can be a game wrecker in the run and pass game as well. He can force quarterbacks out of the pocket as well. But beautiful pick. Beautiful pick. Now the Raiders. Raiders are on the clock now. I think this could be another spot for Genty. Obviously, you cannot go with Zamir White again. Sincere McCormick. I mean, we got to do something here. Zamir White is literally all you have. All right, Raiders. Y'all need a lot. I mean, y'all are clearly in a rebuild right now. Sorry for any Raiders fans, but there's a lot of things that they need. And, they just moved off of Josh Jacobs last season, and they saw the impact that made. Give me Genty. If I'm the Raiders, you can't miss on a prospect like this. You have the opportunity to do it. Well, this one pick isn't going to, make or break you to go to. Hey, Jack, my boy. What's up, man? Yeah, go Raiders. I would love the Raiders to pick Genty right here. That would be a beautiful pick.
Who do you have them taking, Jack? You think they go Genty?
Yeah, Jack, who's your ideal pick right now for the Raiders?
Curious what a fan thinks.
His answer is probably going to be someone who's good. Jack's a good friend of mine.
Not another fast receiver.
Jack. Yeah, they did that fast receiver thing.
Trying to think of what else they could really go that would make sense here besides
Tet makes sense.
Yeah.
Genty. Yeah, if I'm a Raiders fan, I'm saying Genty all the way. I love that pick for them.
Yeah. And yeah, Mage Jack, if you're still watching on the stream, I know you're a Boise State fan. I think this is where Genty goes, and if he goes here, he's going to see quite a bit of volume.
Best on board, in my opinion, just in terms of overall player, it's Genty.
Yeah.
As far as a difference maker, it's got to be Genty. Now, the run blocking isn't great for the Raiders, but Genty's shown throughout his career at Boise State he doesn't need the best run blocking to be effective. So, now I will say some of the levels of competition. Yeah, receiver Tet McMillan makes a ton of sense here too. You can't have your number one receiver be Jakobi Meyers. No slight to Jakobi Meyers, but
I mean, even if they take Genty, I think they need to double up on offense and go receiver later. Ashton Genty?
Yeah,
there we go. Ashton Genty.
101 solidified. Let's go. Ashton Genty, the next great Raiders running back. You had Marcus Allen. You had Josh Jacobs. Now you get Genty. This is an absolutely fantastic pick. You had Doug Martin, the muscle hamster. Now you get Ashton Genty, the best player outside of Travis Hunter in the draft for me, just in terms of offensive production. I mean, this kid is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, even though, it's not necessarily the best offense to be a part of, at the very least, Pete Carroll does like to run the football. So I think
he'll be happy with that. On the landing spot, how do you feel about it? Let's talk about a little bit. Ashton Genty, I can't stop talking about this guy. RB1 overall, right? So give us some insights on the bulldozer Ashton Genty. He looks so excited.
Deuce is a Raiders fan now, huh? Yeah, as far as Ashton Genty's concerned, his vision is absolutely superb. As far as his elusiveness rating on PFF, Pro Football Focus, was, I believe, twice as much, and I know his missed tackles forced were twice as much as anyone else in the country, twice as much as the next best running back. His contact balance is absolutely fantastic. As far as the long speed, I don't think he has that burner Devon Achan type speed, right? But I think he's definitely has enough speed to, break those 50, 60-yard touchdowns. And then he did receive quite a bit of volume, so ball security. He did have a couple fumbles, but somebody with this kind of draft capital, with this much talent, it could at worst be like Adrian Peterson back in the day, where it's not ideal if he fumbles from time to time, but he's so talented. There's no way he's gonna get benched or anything, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's some. I watched some Genty tape here recently, just doing. So Mazjak, he almost had 400 carries last year at Boise State, and he stayed healthy through that and didn't show any signs of wear and tear. I think he's Najee Harris levels of durability. Najee Harris hasn't missed a single game through his 4-year NFL career thus far, so I don't question the durability at all. But just in terms of just the overall talent, I think he's got, a decent long speed to where he can take it to the house. Obviously, his level of competition at Boise State is spotty from time to time, but I mean, against the top level competition, he proved to be very effective as well. But he is the hardest back to tackle. He reminds me so much of he's got a little bit of Barry Sanders in his ability to bounce off tackles. If you're not taking this guy 101, even with the Raiders run blocking ability, you're insane. Super flex formats included. Also, Deuce is a Raiders fan now because he has the 101 in our league.
Let's go, Deuce.
Yeah,
you got to feel
I
happy
love
about
this
that.
landing spot for him. Now, going back, we're going to the Jets now. The pick is in. They could go a plethora of things. Tyler Warren included.
What's your bet? What's your bet, Bobby?
I'd bet Membu. If I had to put my life on it, I'd put Membu here.
They got Olu on the other side, have bookend tackles.
Yeah, you got to. I think you just have too many. Fields needs to be protected, and if he's running around for his life, he's not nearly as effective. I mean, we've seen how he's done in terms of passing when he's running for his life. He did that in Chicago, and it just wasn't very effective. So just give him a little bit of help. Obviously, I would love the Tyler Warren landing spot as an owner of Tyler Warren in a couple leagues.
I've been hearing a lot about a Breece Hall trade potentially. So it'd be interesting. Obviously, they're probably not going to. I wouldn't imagine they move up into the first round, being the Jets. To take a running back. I don't think they take one here either. Obviously, but if they do take one in round 2, it would be interesting to see if Breece is traded to somewhere else. That could really help his fantasy value. But I do think that read zone option is going to be pretty deadly with Justin Fields. I can't imagine they don't run some of that.
It is the Jets, though.
Fields doesn't like to pass to running backs. That's not necessarily true with all, athletic scrambling type of quarterbacks, but it is true with Justin Fields. So from, a fantasy perspective for Breece Hall, that does curb his receiving upside, I think, if he does not get traded. But the rushing efficiency should be crazy.
I do want to say with Breece Hall, I think he's one of the most overrated. Him and Devon Achane are both very overrated in terms of their dynasty value right now for me. Fun fact, Justin Fields has never had a running back perform in dynasty as higher than the RB26. David Montgomery, and I believe 2020 or 2021 has been his best finish for a running back, and that was the RB26. He does not pass to his running backs very much. When in doubt, he scrambles. He's not dumping it off to the running back. He's going to use it with his legs. I think that also takes away from the volume that may, increase his efficiency by, let's be generous and say half a yard per carry, but that's going to take away like 60 carries from him, I think. And with Braylon Allen showing that he can be a competent power back at the next level, if I have Breece Hall in any league, I'm selling him as fast as I can, especially with the other back that they have, their third back. I forget his name.
Braylon Allen, and you have
Isaiah Davis. Isaiah Davis looked solid too in his limited usage. So, yeah, I would sell off of Breece Hall if I had him. That's a quick little Breece Hall tangent. But in terms of the pick, I would love tackle here, and I'd love Tyler Warren here. They have a few needs, but give me Tyler Warren or Mimbu here.
Yeah, I'm betting it's Warren, but I would not be surprised either if it is Membu. I'd be kind of surprised if it's anyone else, but anything can happen.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit of a wild card in terms of a pick, but
I'll tell you what.
maybe lean Warren here.
If Warren goes here, I bet you the Colts pick Loveland.
That's a death blow for Warren. Anybody that owns Warren, I mean, not Warren, Loveland.
Loveland.
If he goes to the Colts at 14, that's a death blow to him.
Decisions. Yeah, I'll be curious. This is the one where I had the least. Honestly, I have the least idea who they're going to pick so far out of all of them. And they choose Membu. Tackle. Okay, I like the pick.
That's a great pick for them. Give Fields and whoever your quarterback is in the distant future I mean, he's a little undersized at 6'4", but I mean, he is a athletic guy. I love that. But yeah, I love that. He's very athletic tackle as well, pretty quick as well.
Hey, Scott, where do you think? Who do you think the tight ends? Who do you think the tight ends are going to go to, Scott? I'm curious.
I think Seattle
that makes sense. Rest in
Seattle
peace, Noah Fant.
and the Colts, right? Seattle and the Colts are the only two teams, in my opinion.
Maybe the Chargers, if one of the tight ends falls.
If Loveland falls to the Chargers, his dynasty stock goes up big.
Oh, I would love. Hey, I got that one share of Loveland already. That would be clutch. Not gonna lie.
That would be a great landing spot for him.
I'm curious the draft capital and landing spot for Harold Fannin Jr. I think we're gonna see him tomorrow. I'm pretty confident.
I'm 100% certain he goes tomorrow. Just the question, I think he's probably a mid to late second round pick, if I had to guess.
He's a baller.
Still, so far, my favorite pick, mixed between, I think Travis Hunter obviously is my favorite pick thus far, but if I had to choose a second, I think it's Campbell to the Patriots.
Mm-hmm. One of the biggest needs for any team was the Patriots. Fun fact, chat, the Patriots offensive line was ranked 34th out of 32 in terms of offensive lines per PFF. That's right. There were 2 backup offensive lines for 2 separate teams. Actually 3 because they were 34th. That ranked higher than they did. Their starting offensive line. That is extremely sad and explains why Drake May had some concussions. Is it just me, or is this draft kind of going a little bit quicker than last year's?
Time flies when you're having fun, man. Time flies when you're having fun.
That's true.
I love the pick for the Jets. Obviously, as a Warren owner, I would have loved him to go there. But overall, who's up next? The Panthers. Panthers, they probably go defense here. Will Johnson to pair up with J.C. Horn would be a great pick. I don't think Will Johnson's a top 10 pick, though.
I agree, Scott. Loveland to the Chargers would make a lot of people happy, including myself. That would be the dream landing spot for me. Well, maybe the Broncos, too. Either one's great.
Yeah, I think with Evan Ingram with the Broncos, I think the production
I wouldn't put it past Sean Payton to do some 12 personnel, though.
Yeah, that's fair. He did run a little bit of some weird formations with the Taysom Hill package, right? So,
But yeah, to
I would
be fair,
love to see Tyler
receivers
Warren
probably
to
a
the
bigger need, or running back. One of those two.
running back for sure. I bet they're in love with Hampton. I bet he is in love with Hampton.
Not a
Uh,
Sanders fan. I thought I saw some good things out of JT Sanders and the opportunities he was given, but that would be interesting if they go Warren or Loveland. I think it's rest in peace for JT Sanders personally.
thank you. You're the goat. Huh? Uh-oh. Yeah, I love I think JT is solid in terms of tight end. So it doesn't make sense to spend a top 10 pick, in my opinion, for Carolina
But
on
I said the
a
same thing about the Raiders when they drafted Michael Mayer, didn't give him any opportunities, and then just replaced him with Brock Bowers.
I think that was the case where Brock Bowers was a generational talent, right?
Yeah, I didn't fault them at all. If anything, they could have done better with their 12 personnel.
Yeah, it's Michael Mayer. Justice for Michael Mayer. I wonder what's going on. Oh, never mind. Okay, I see where it is now. I was looking at Lambeau Field earlier today, and I was like, where are they going to have the draft at? But now I see where it's at. Looks like the Panthers' war room is pretty happy with what's going on. So maybe somebody that they like fell to them.
Well, they'd better be happy about it because David Tepper needs his praise. So
Yeah, I would be shocked if they don't go defense here. Give me Michael Williams out of Georgia, if I had to guess.
yeah, interesting. We've seen mostly offense to this point.
Do you blame them? I mean, this offensive draft is crazy.
Yeah, there's just something about it's hard to be as good as last year's draft class was. 2024 was an incredible draft class, obviously specifically for offense. But man, to have that many quarterbacks and to have that many quarterbacks and that many wide receivers all at the beginning part of the draft, and then Brock Bowers, legendary class offensively. So it looks like Goodell's gonna make the pick now.
Let's hear it.
Yo, what? Whoa!
I love that. Give me that.
Hey guys, what do you think about the Ted McMillan pick? That is interesting.
Give me a W in the chat, guys. I've got Ted McMillan in 3 leagues.
Man, okay. So when we think about his fit, Xavier Legette's going to be the vertical X. I know Thielen played some Z for them, and then Coker was their big slot. I think this hurts Thielen and Coker the most. Although Tet can be an X too for sure. I think they're probably going to want him to have free releases as a Z or potentially a slot.
In terms of his slot work, I think he's a slot guy, and they move on from Coker. That he's a rotational piece.
In terms of having a good offensive minded head coach, I like him having Canales. That's definitely good. Bryce Young, sure, he didn't look very good his rookie year. He didn't have very much talent, and his coaching was terrible, to be fair to him. Then he definitely turned it around at the end of this past season. We'll see if that continues, or if maybe it's like a Jordan Love situation.
So, in terms of Teteroa and McMillan, what are some of the things that you liked about him? What are some of the things that you didn't like about him? That's amazing landing spot for me. Obviously, it could be a little worse. It could be a little better, like the Raiders, for example. but I love that for Tet. As a Tet owner, that's amazing.
Yeah, so as far as with Ted specifically, he has great yak ability. Specifically, not so much the physicality of tackle breaking, but in being elusive after the catch, change of direction for sure. He has vice grip hands for the most part, and obviously he has the ideal size for being your prototypical big-bodied wide receiver that's your number one target. Um, but the thing is, offenses have been leaning more so instead of just using your vertical X as the main piece of the offense, they've been using the flanker or somebody to get the ball in space. But I like Ted because he can be your vertical X theoretically if you need him to be, but he also has the yak ability to be the mainstay in the offense. Now, the only thing that's particularly a negative to me is the long speed to stack corners deep down the field. I don't think that he's really going to be doing that too often, although he does win with positioning. So he's an intelligent player who knows his limitations and how to overcome them. So I think he's going to be pretty good in Carolina. What do you think, Bobby?
So my initial thoughts, first and foremost, he's our wide receiver 2/wide receiver 1. So I think he will be used a lot in the slot and as a Z. And unfortunately, I think Leggett ends up turning into somewhat of a sacrificial vertical X because he's a super athlete, right? So I think it would be unlikely. I think he will probably get more targets than Lad McConkey did last year for the Chargers. That's my bold prediction. I think he has a similar year that Lad McConkey does. I love that pick.
So, Scott, do we think we see a quarterback here? What do you guys think in the chat?
This is the most wild card pick in the top 10, in my opinion. This could be anywhere from Jackson Dart to a wide receiver to a running back to a defensive player. They could literally pick anything. They have a need literally everywhere. This might be where Michael Williams goes.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we see quarterback here. I think they would be better off just going BPA instead of quarterback because I don't think any quarterback you get from now on is. It's specifically, especially in the beginning half of the first round. I think you would just be better off tanking and going for quarterback potentially next year and just getting somebody that can anchor your defense or potentially somebody on offense.
I feel the exact same way as you because neither one of these quarterbacks that are left, as much as Dart has upside and Shadur Sanders is accurate, I don't think either one of these guys are a big needle mover. Also, they were showing Shadur Sanders in his little room did not look like he was being picked. So I would be surprised if this is Shadur Sanders here.
Have you ever seen a draft room not look happy? I always wonder how real that is.
Yeah, the Panthers were super excited.
Here's Goodell. Let's see. Is it quarterback?
I got the pick. I'm a little ahead of you. You'll be surprised.
Okay, so it's Kelvin Banks. I like this pick. Their offensive line has started to degrade. I believe they lost Ramczyk to retirement, if I'm not mistaken. So they definitely have a need along the offensive line. Thank goodness for them. They didn't overdraft a quarterback, at least in my opinion. I think this was a great pick for them. And I think he's not the highest upside guy, but I still think he has a good amount of upside. And I think he's probably going to be a right tackle for them.
Yeah, so Ramczyk did retire. I think he's one of the better pass protectors in this year's draft class. Obviously, if you're watching the draft, you'll see some of his highlights here. I love this, but there is something that I would like to mention here. Where in the world does Shadur Sanders go now? One of these quarterbacks, whether it's Dart or Shadur Sanders, is going second round now, I think. So which one is it? Is it Shadur or is it Jackson Dart?
I know. I know somewhere out there. Mel Kiper is crying and bawling his eyes out that Shedeur Sanders uh, is probably not going first round because he was pounding the table for that, and I could not have disagreed more personally. Bears, I think this is an interesting decision for them. I think they could definitely go edge. What do you think, Bobby?
So since 3 tackles are gone, also by the way, Kelvin Banks was my tackle too in this class. Edge makes sense. Michael Williams to the Bears would be amazing.
Yeah, Matthew. I think
linebacker here would be amazing.
I think the 49ers probably, Matthew, are going edge, potentially defensive interior. Depends. I think both of these next 2 picks are probably going to be D line somewhere.
Yeah, let me do D tackle or edge. Michael Williams, if he's not picked here, he will almost certainly be picked at 11. Also, I know the 49ers love taking their high upside, low production type of edge rushers, so they could take Shamar Stewart as 11 as well.
Curious who they go with.
They're another wild card pick. They could go anything. They could go next best tackle. They could go Simmons out of Ohio State as well.
I would not mind the pick. He could sit a minute, make sure his health is looking good.
For sure.
I'll be curious if it's potentially Hampton. I haven't heard anything about Hampton to the Bears.
That would make sense for the Ben Johnson offense, right?
Yep.
He could be your power back in the Montgomery, right?
Yeah, and my comp for him was Josh Jacobs, and I think he closely resembles Jacobs, and I think that would, in this cold, barren, wintry weather that they see, that would be fantastic to be able to pound the ball.
For sure. I would love that pick for Chicago, and that would solidify Hampton as a top 2, top 3 rookie draft pick for sure. Even though I think Henderson's a better running back, at least as a prospect.
Right. I think they'd be getting a much better DeAndre Swift if they went with Henderson. So I think
they look happy.
Do they now?
They look happy. Where's Ben Johnson at? How happy is Ben Johnson? He's right there in the middle there, I think.
Boo. I'm really hoping it's an offensive pick somehow.
Me too. The more help for Caleb Williams, the better, in my opinion.
Yes, we need Caleb Williams to ball out this year.
I will say the wide receiver 3 is very, very weak. It's like Tyler Scott and Zacchaeus.
They can get Kyle Williams second round.
Maybe even lower than that if teams aren't really looking at him like that.
I'm sure you care quite a bit, Roger.
Sounds like he does. Bears legend Steve McMichael, though. R.I.P. to the GOAT.
I hate how the interesting picks, they have to have these stories instead of like not to be insensitive. Seriously, this is the one pick they're going to take 20 years to decide.
I know this is one of your more intriguing picks of the first round, just because they can go literally anything.
All right, we might be into day 2 by the time he finishes this selection.
I'm really clueless on who they're going to take. Let's see.
Please somehow be Amarian Hampton. I doubt it, but please.
Oh my goodness. RIP Cole Kmet. Oh my goodness. What?
Dude, guess. Let's
That
go.
is a crazy landing spot
I
for
picked
Loveland.
Loveland in that startup. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Hey, you know, I told you before we even got Cam Ward selected that somebody was mentioning that somebody had Loveland over Warren in the top 10.
Yep.
I thought it was the Jets. It was the Bears. That is crazy.
RIP Cole Kmet. I'm glad I traded my only share away. Oh
Dude,
my goodness. What
everybody in the
world?
chat, what do you think about the Loveland pick over Warren? That's quite interesting. It was pretty rare for, mock draft people to have Loveland
I
over
think
Warren.
people just get in love with the receiving upside with Warren. Like I said earlier, I think Colson Loveland's the best real life football tight end in this draft.
Their comp frame was Tyler Eifert, just like ours was.
That is our comp as well.
Hey.
Yeah, go ahead and tell us a few things about Colson Loveland that you love. He's personally our tight end 3. We have Harold Fannin Jr. and Warren over him, but that's just in terms of fantasy. In terms of overall, the best balance, I think Loveland. I don't necessarily love the pick for the Bears, though. Obviously, you get more weapons for Caleb Williams, which isn't bad, but this solidifies Colston Loveland as a top probably 9 rookie draft pick for sure.
So I'm going to be really honest here. I am incredibly high on Colston Loveland. I was before the draft. I definitely think that Warren, the skills that he possesses, specifically with his yak ability, does translate more for the high upside, like your George Kittle, your Brock Bowers types of tight ends. But I think there's a good bit of Travis Kelce to Loveland's game. I would definitely argue that he's not as good after the catch and his dynamic, but in terms of his snap down on his routes, the way he sells them, the speed, the fluidity, how smooth he is, Colston Loveland is an absolute baller. He's versatile. You can line him up at X. You can line up at split end in the slot, in line, obviously. Like I said, his snap down on those curls and the hitches is very good. He's a quick accelerator. And his short and medium route running is absolutely exquisite. And he has a good feel for the drop depth of the defenders. Now, some of the negatives, you might, if you just look at some highlights, you might say that, oh man, he makes these dominant catches in traffic. When Bobby and I were reviewing the film, it is a little bit spotty, to be honest with you, in terms of his hands in traffic specifically. But he does come down with some highlight level grabs. And the yak ability, he's going to get what's in a straight line. He does make somebody miss every now and then. But, he's just not quite as dynamic as somebody like Tyler Warren is with the ball in his hands. What do you think, Bobby?
So with Colston Loveland, like I said, it's not really a shock to me that he goes off as the first tight end off the board. Like I said, I think he's the best real life tight end in this draft, and teams don't really care about fantasy upside, right? So with Loveland, obviously, I think he is going to be a great receiver. He had solid production in a team in Michigan that runs the ball heavily. And he had terrible QB play last year and was producing well as well. So with Loveland, I mean, like I said, he's going to be a top 8 rookie draft pick. I will say another thing to note about some of his negatives is he does have sometimes an issue with drops. Penn State, I think he had 4 drops in that game that basically lost them the game. But Loveland's stock is definitely on the rise for sure. In terms of fantasy upside, he's our tight end 3, especially in the Bears offense. I think it's going to be a little bit crowded, but Ben Johnson wants a Laporta type of player. Colston Loveland is a bigger Laporta, in all honesty. So this is a great pick for the Bears. I would have rathered them go defense here, but Loveland is a great pick and definitely is going to have a lot of upside in this offense.
So yeah, Matthew's a 49ers fan, so uh, I'm sure he's anxious. They are on the clock, being the 49ers. I think they do go
This is
defense
great.
here. I think they go edge probably. I'd
There's only
imagine,
been one edge taken.
which is
They're
kind
at
of
11.
shocking,
They
right?
get to take any edge that's not Abdul Carter. They're ecstatic right now. If you're a 49ers fan, you should be so happy. Cuz let me pull up the draft, the depth chart.
I mean, they have Nick Bosa, superstar edge, obviously, but
Yatur Gross Matos is their other edge right now currently. Yatur Gross Matos. That's not who you want. Like Alex Barrett, Sam Omikuanu, I think is how you say that. Robert Beal Jr. That's they have nothing. They have a rotational Gross Matos guy. He's rotational, like relief edge rusher. So yeah, this is going to be a great pick for
yeah,
49ers.
it's kind of sad, or it's kind of funny for the 11th overall pick to somehow be a value. But I definitely think if they go edge here, they could potentially get good value here. Their pick is in, apparently, so we'll see what they end up doing. We'll see if there's a 20-minute rant before they tell us who is picked.
It's got to be Mykel Williams here, I think. He's fell way too far. I think that would be a great pick. But like I said, the 49ers love their low production, big intangibles guys. So I could see Shamar Stewart going off right here. Golden shouldn't even be here. He shouldn't even be a first round pick. No hate to Golden, but
yeah.
All right, John Lynch is happy.
I think if Golden doesn't go to the Cowboys at 12, I'm not sold that he's a first round pick.
What do we think about? I mean, the Cowboys can pick a plethora of offensive players here.
They could pick just about
Hampton
anything.
could go. Hampton could go. Ikbuka could go. Matthew Golden could go. They could trade back. I know that Jerry Jones said he was talking about, making some trades. Maybe he was talking about trading the 12th overall pick. We'll see.
We'll definitely see. I think Hampton would be a great pick for them.
Special message. I know you love those. Ooh, the military gets to do it?
Yeah, but I respect the military, so they can talk
Always,
all they
we
want
have
to.
They're the goats.
Absolutely.
That guy's got goated tattoos as well.
They're the reason we can do this.
Damn it, Rappaport, you spoiled another one for me. Turning my phone off. I hate you, Rappaport.
Rap is ruining your night, huh?
Dude, he's done it twice now. But yeah.
Mykel Williams. That is a 49ers pick.
That's a great pick by them. That's an absolutely great pick for the Niners.
Upside, upside, upside. Yeah, what do you think, Matthew? I'd be stoked if I was a 49ers fan. Having him opposite side of Nick Bosa, that is dangerous for opposing offenses.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't know if he has the production that that Nick Bosa has, but no denying he's a talented player for sure. He's a game wrecker, and he can definitely make some things happen. So,
and the good news is he probably won't be seeing some of the double teams,
Yeah. I mean, you can't double team Nick Bosa and Mykel Williams. I think he's going to be more of an edge, but you can play him. He's a little bit of a versatile player, so that's a great
kind
pick
of like
for
a
the
thing,
49ers.
like Trayvon Walker, where like at first, yeah, he didn't get quite the production, but with Trayvon Walker, every year he's gotten significantly better up to the point where he is in a a well above average edge rusher. I think we could see a similar trajectory with him, especially considering, unlike with Trayvon Walker, it's similar actually because he also had a stud edge on the other side of him and Josh Hines Allen, and so I think that's really going to help his development as well.
6'5", 260, runs a 4.7. Obviously, that's very great athleticism. Obviously, yeah, I think that's great. I think that's a great Jimmy.
You got Rico in the chat.
Yeah, he's a big time. He's a big time Niners fan. I just shot him a text letting him know like that's a great pick. Him or Shamar Stewart, I would prefer Mike Hill, but we'll see. So the Cowboys don't trade back. They're actually making the pick. That's good. You got to think offense here, right? Got to.
If I had to put my
Whether
money on it,
it's
it would be Matthew Golden.
I hate that. I mean, I think Matthew Golden's stock goes up because of that, but
I think he's a fine second round pick. Golden.
Yeah, I think he's a fine second round pick as well. All right, let's see. This is a quick turnaround.
I'm still stoked about the Bears Loveland pick, dude. I'm so glad I picked him in that startup.
Tyler Booker, tackle. Oh, he's not a tackle. He's a guard. Great guard. He is I got a lot of things to talk about with Tyler Booker. Alabama, obviously, outside of Alex Leatherwood, produces insane level offensive line talent. Tyler Booker, there's a few things that I love about him. Obviously, an absolute mauler in the run game. Super freak in terms of getting people out of the way for zone runs and things like that, gap runs like that. Tyler Booker, there is one thing that's not too great for him. It's if you're trying to pull him or you're trying to get him out in a screen, he's not very fast. At least what I saw on tape. I don't know what he ran at the combine, but yeah, he's very solid. He's got a great anchor too. So yeah, Tyler Booker's a great pick for the Cowboys. Not very ballsy. I thought Jerry Jones would be a little more ballsy, but
how much you want to bet they pick running back in round 2?
They got to, right? You cannot think Javonte Williams is the guy. You can't. Now, maybe a few years ago, pre-injury, sure, but
I wonder if they go Judkins potentially, maybe Caleb Johnson. I think Caleb Johnson could be
Caleb Johnson with Booker, that pairing would be amazing for the Cowboys. Yes. I would love that for the Cowboys. But yeah, my boss is actually a gigantic Alabama fan and a gigantic Cowboys fan, so he's probably loving this pick. I was actually just talking about Booker to him today about how good I thought he was. He's the best guard in the class, in my opinion.
I think Miami goes Warren or DB. You know, to answer your question, Rico, I think, you would think that DB would be the most obvious glaring need besides potentially offensive line too. Either one, really. But Mike McDaniel does crazy things. You could only imagine if Jonnu Smith was dangerous in that offense. Imagine Tyler Warren in that offense. What do you think, man?
I
think they go. I think they go Jahdae Barron.
Yeah, Barron's a great pick here. Will Johnson's a great pick here. I would prefer Will Johnson just because I saw it on tape. I don't care what the long speed says. He's a fantastic player. But yeah, I can see tight end possibly, but I would probably lean corner. If they don't go corner, that would be a very big question mark for me.
Trying to think. There's no way Miami would go Matthew Golden to have another receiver.
Why? Why? You can't support the two that you have. Another thing. I know this sounds crazy, but they lost their pseudo power back to free agency.
Hey,
Hampton
that's
could
exactly
be the guy.
Hey, that is exactly what Jalen Wright is for.
Yeah, I guess.
I hope.
Why are we looking? Oh, so also, by the way, he did not allow a single sack last year. Booker, not a single sack. I
That's
know
crazy.
that's more important for tackles, but beautiful.
I mean, it helps the whole offense, being that
Look
he's
at
an asset in
Miller.
the
Look how
passing game and
happy he
run
is
game.
for him. I love that. All right. Yeah, the Dolphins can do a little bit of everything here. I think corners the play here though. Absolutely corners the play. Almost halfway. A few picks away from halfway through the first round. Guys, drop who y'all think is the best pick in the draft thus far. For us, I mean, at least for me, it's gotta be Travis Hunter at 2. We're even though the Jaguars traded an absolute haul to get him, give me Travis Hunter at 2 all day. He's my best favorite player in the draft in terms of real life football, right?
So I definitely agree with the first thought we had, where it's kind of a lot to move up that much. But the thing is, if you were going to pay that much, you are getting an offensive and a defensive player for them, probably. So yeah, I think in terms of like, if you were going to trade that much capital for a non-quarterback, at least you got a two-way player.
Yeah. So they get a fourth and a sixth, and they give up the sixth, a second, a fifth,
They
and
moved
the
their
first next year.
105 and their 26 first, and then like a fourth and a sixth, I think,
I thought
and a
they also
second,
gave up their
and a
second, right? Yeah.
second. Yeah. So that means Cleveland, I think, has multiple. They might have multiple second round picks now. I don't know if they had their own second to begin with. I think they did. Yeah, pretty sure they have two now.
Um, I think it's smart, Matthew. Obviously Trent Williams is a great player, but he was banged up last year. They lost the replacement. The Chiefs actually signed the backup for Trent Williams. Yeah, I think tackle in the second or third round for the 49ers makes a ton of sense. Obviously, I don't think they need any pass catchers. I think they're solid with their running backs with how Garindo looked in the short term. Uh, yeah, I mean, the 49ers, they're not too far removed from having the best roster in football a couple years ago. Obviously, they've lost a lot of pieces, but I do think they need to start building for the future and see what they have with this current starting lineup. Man, the Dolphins could do a lot of different things here. I think this is a great spot to trade back, in all honesty, because I don't think. Let me look at the draft order here. Uh, Colts probably don't go. I don't think Will Johnson or Barron would go after the Falcons pick. I think the Falcons absolutely need to go edge, but uh,
Yeah,
yeah, man, I
Rico.
think this
Rico
is a
said he
great
wouldn't be
spot.
shocked if they go D tackle in the second.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they need D tackle as well. If you look at their depth chart, I mean, it's basically no one at D tackle. So depends on who's there. I think getting a replacement tackle should be like a third or a fourth round need, not a second round need, because you would hope that your second round pick is a starter, and I don't think you drafting an offensive tackle in the second round makes sense. So that's good.
Yeah, I'm more of a proponent where I would prefer to draft my tackles with as much of a premium pick as I can to get the highest upside. It's so important with protecting your quarterback. If I was going interior O line, I could definitely stand a wait sometimes into the second and
And
third.
And with how the 49ers are built right now, I think, they probably think they're a playoff team and they probably would like to compete as much as possible. So, out of all of their picks, they're probably going to try to be drafting as many starters as possible. And to the 49ers' credit, they'll probably draft the next Trent Williams in like the fifth or sixth round. So,
Thank you, Ian.
all right. Okay.
That's a big
Okay.
need for them. Their run defense
Two.
is trash.
Yeah, and they lost their D tackle to the Raiders, so this is a big time pickup for them. So two Michigan D tackles in the top 15 of the draft just goes to show you how good that defense is over at Michigan. Could be three Michigan defensive players in the top 15 if Will Johnson goes, but
And
pretty solid player.
another thing,
Pretty solid player.
their cornerback room is just so bad. I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, they're potentially trading Jalen Ramsey as well. All I know is it's looking like also with the departure of free safety Javon Holland, who is one of the better free safeties in the league. Man, that I want my fantasy players to be playing against the Dolphins if they have anything to do with the passing game.
Yes,
Smash.
I love that. Yeah. If you're up against, I don't care if you're Darnell Mooney, man. If you're going up against the Dolphins, give me Darnell Mooney over like Waddle.
That man is always underappreciated.
Yeah. What a goat. Money with two O's, man. I will say, I think this is a little early for Kenneth Grant, but this is the best D tackle available. So it makes
it is interesting, right? Like they could definitely have stood to trade back. Maybe nobody was interested.
I mean, I've seen him mocked as late as 27, 28 in some mocks. Oh my goodness!
Oh, is this what I think it's going to be? I don't know, dude.
I will leave the stream if this is Tyler Warren.
Everybody in the chat,
so bad.
Bobby is going to lose his mind if this is Tyler
I will
Warren.
lose my mind.
Oh my God.
I'm going to find Anthony Richardson and personally beat him until he learns how to throw a football.
Oh my God.
Just hit him. Shane Steichen's at least a creative play caller. Maybe he'll use him in a lot of cool ways.
Maybe do you think A-Rich can screw up a pop pass?
Yes, he can. He can't throw a 5-yard out. Then he can't hit a pop pass. He's literally killing people in the 8th row of the stands on 5-yard outs.
Oh my goodness!
Stop saying Tyler Warren. Stop.
Tyler Warren.
H2O. Please no. I'm not looking, Rappaport. I'm not doing it. I see you over there. I'm not looking at it. Ah, no. Please. Let's see. I'm so cooked, chat. I'm so cooked. Ah.
Oh my
God. At least he gets first round draft capital, I guess.
That sucks. That's crazy work. Bro. Okay, no, hear me out. Hear me out, Bobby. Their plan all along was the quarterback class sucked and they weren't getting Ward. So they said, let's get the best quarterback here. So now he's actually going to be throwing and running the ball and catching his own passes.
In all honesty, Tyler Warren is the best quarterback on the Colts offense right now.
I made that joke, and that's not even. Is that really even like that ridiculous? Maybe not. Like,
that's tough, man. I hope Shane Steichen figures it out, man. But let's talk about Tyler Warren. He might be my favorite player in terms. Well, that's not Travis Hunter in this entire draft class for fantasy. Let's go ahead and start talking about Tyler Warren a little bit because there's a lot to talk about with this behemoth of a man.
I will let you take the lead on your favorite player who got your dream landing spot.
So with Tyler Warren, first thing, he is a elite versatility player. I mean, he can do a little bit of everything. Like I said earlier, he's like Taysom Hill on steroids. He can play quarterback. He can line up in fullback situations. He can be a running back as well if you want him to be. He can be an out wide slot guy. He can be in line as well. I hope Shane Steichen knows what to do with him because you can do anything with him. If you're trying to use him like a traditional tight end, then you're stupid. He's got great routes. He's a fantastic jump ball tight end as well. Elite size. He's 6'5", I think 256, I think. So he's a big boy, and he bulldozes through people. I mean, he's a wrecking ball with the ball in his hands. So he's a great after the catch. He's not super elusive in terms of agility, but he will run through you. In terms of some negatives, there is a few things. Blocking, he's an average to below average blocker. His change of direction, he's probably not going to be changing direction a lot after his route. After he catches the ball, he's just going to run through you and get as many yards as he can. Also, his production, if you look outside of this past season, hasn't been great. That was due to him sitting behind Theo Johnson and Brenton Strange, who are two very good NFL-level tight ends. If Theo Johnson can figure out the injury, I think he'll be pretty solid for the Giants. And Brenton Strange will be a great fantasy asset next year for the Jaguars. But overall, the landing spot's a little rough because I don't even know if Anthony Richardson's going to be able to do anything with him in terms of hitting him when he's open. But I just have to hope and pray that Shane Steichen can be the offensive mind that I hope he is and get him the ball as much as possible.
Yeah. So definitely a disappointing landing spot. He is a really good player. And if there was ever a tight end with the skill sets to be able to thrive despite Anthony Richardson doing what Anthony Richardson does best. And then, the other thing is Daniel Jones, if A-Rich sucks enough to get replaced at any given point in time, Daniel Jones does have the ability to throw short passes with somewhat decent accuracy. It's just his deep ball is terrible.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say at this point, chat. I just got to hope and pray Richardson is the guy. Now, I will say at this point, let's talk about Richardson now. He has no excuses. He's got a great slot receiver in Downs. He's got a great Z in Pittman, and he's got a great X in terms of Adonai Mitchell, and now he has a tight end that he is a receiving weapon. And JT, who is a great running back. He has no excuses. This offense is absolutely loaded now. If Richardson struggles for a stretch of 2 or 3 games, if he struggles the first 3 weeks of the season, put Daniel Jones in and try to trade him. That's all you can really do. So, Richardson, your time is now, buddy. Your time is now. It's such a
That's crazy. I'm getting spammed with stuff about the Loveland because I got Loveland and I was telling people I really like Loveland. I'm getting spammed with Loveland talk now. It's crazy, man.
Oh, chat. This is tough. It's tough, chat. That's okay. I still love Warren. I'll still probably draft him mid-second round, if not early second round. Even earlier than that in rookie in tight end premium leagues, I think. Surely Richardson's not that bad, right, chat? Surely.
The thing is, you just got to hope he's not just mildly bad. Just be terrible enough to get replaced if you're going to be bad.
Yeah. You can't be a Derek Carr, Richardson. You have to just be bad or be good.
He was always a remarkably frustrating quarterback.
Derek Carr?
Yes.
Yeah, ask the Raiders about it. He tricked them for 10 straight years.
Did his Dak? He was Dak before Dak dacked.
He was bad Dak. He's bad Dak.
Because he didn't even need the injuries like Dak does. Dak if he didn't get injured, but he was Dak, but just he didn't even have the injuries.
Also, I will say in terms of quarterback, that was another team that could have possibly went quarterback, but the Falcons are taking up all of this time here. That's interesting. I think this is Will Johnson or Shamar Stewart. they need both positions in all honesty, but they're last in sacks over the past 10 years, that being the Falcons. So I think he's not going before Barron or Will Johnson. So stop showing him.
So
But Shamar Stewart might be an interesting pick here.
so I think we probably see what potentially Shadur Sanders or Jackson Dart here, maybe Milrow.
To the Falcons? Yeah, why
I'm
not?
joking, but I don't
I'm
know if
not
I'm
joking.
joking.
The Falcons are awful at drafting. Well, so Deuce, in all honesty, man, I wouldn't be mad at Loveland at the 106. You know, we have a 0.5 tight end premium. I mean, I wouldn't be mad at the 106 for Loveland. Just being transparent here, right? I love Warren, but the 106 is, with that quarterback play, I don't know.
And this guys is the danger of drafting in your leagues and startups the rookies before you know the landing spots.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be worse. Somebody could get. Yeah, we have no idea where Burden goes, where Royals goes, where Besh goes. All these guys that we like, Jordan James, they could get terrible spots too. God, I
Yeah,
hope
they
not.
definitely could.
Please don't. Please.
Man, this first round draft pick history by the they've had 3 straight 8th overall picks. That's interesting. So this
The
is their
Arthur Smith special.
highest.
Finish 9-8 or whatever, 8-9.
This is interesting. So this is the latest first round draft pick they've had since 2020. That's interesting. Also, I'm going to say I'm not a big believer in Penix, so we'll see.
I actually sold Penix for the 105 in a league not that long ago.
That's beautiful value here. That's beautiful value. Obviously, I don't think you get a quarterback that starts at the 105 in Superflex leagues. Maybe Shadur, but we're not big on Shadur, and maybe Dart, but I wouldn't be drafting them at the 105, but that's pretty solid. What in the world? Is that their GM or is that their owner?
Well, it's their owner. It's Goodell. He owns them. All right, what do we have here? Quarterback? Punter? Kicker?
It's got to be somebody. Somebody that we're going to be now. Look, linebacker here. The Georgia linebacker Walker could be. This is great value for him right now. Jalen Walker is a very big time value pick right here.
This is the anti-Ruke Arororo pick, like the complete antithesis. This is a good value. That pick last year of Arororo, I was confused.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? For the receivers. I mean, there's only a few more spots, in my opinion, that they can go. Chargers, Steelers, if they trade Pickens tonight. Will Johnson and Shamar Stewart or Jalen Walker.
Now they need to keep. I hope the Steelers.
That's a great pick. That's a great pick by the Falcons. That's great value for the Falcons.
Obviously, bet you we see our
Obviously,
first corner off the board here. Right here, I bet
Who's
you
up
we see
next?
the Cardinals.
The Cardinals, yeah.
I bet you.
I could see receiver here though. Give Kyler Murray his last out. Just say, hey, look, man, we built around you. Figure it out.
Neither one of us is the biggest Golden fan, but I would love the Golden pick here because you could just shove him deep, let him do the Marvin Harrison BS that gets no fantasy points, and let MHJ and McBride get the valuable targets, and then he can just run routes and be, Cortland Sutton that one game where he was just running cardio.
Yeah, but if you're still in here, that would be great landing spot for Dante Thornton Jr. as the Cardinals in the 7th round. That would be awesome.
I haven't heard anything from Yab.
This is awesome. This is absolutely great because obviously he can play a little bit of edge. He can play a lot of linebacker as well. Best linebacker in the draft by far. Obviously needed to be defense because the Falcons offense is pretty loaded despite their being not that great offensively last year. I love this pick for the Falcons. They did not fumble it. So if you're a Falcons fan, W's in the chat for sure. Jahad Campbell, another guy that was recruited as an edge, but played off ball at Alabama. I think he's probably an edge at the next level. He's got great value at this point in the draft as well. I think he's fantastic here. This could very well be a receiver here, guys. The Bucks could go receiver. I think the Broncos could go running back. The Steelers could go running back. The Chargers could go receiver. Uh, Packers could go receiver. There's a lot of teams here at the back half that could be going skill positions here. Kyler Murray's trash. He's so bad.
Are we slandering Kyler Murray out here?
Dude, it's got to be said. He's so bad. Please move on from him. I mean, I doubted the pick when it happened, and then Cliff Kingsbury was like, "Hey, look, he's good, guys. Look, he's good." And then he left, and then all of a sudden, Kyler Murray's like, "Okay, guys, it's out. I'm bad." He's not like Anthony Richardson level bad, but like he's a subpar quarterback that if you have him in any format fantasy wise, move on from him.
Luckily, we are not Falcons fans, so no worries there. It's always a good time to bring out the 28-3.
Let's go ahead and bring up somebody that was likely to go day 2. Isaiah Bond. So he's got some allegations, some legal case at this point in time. I'm not going to say exactly what it is. You can Google it if you're interested.
Right.
But he's got some big time legal adversity against him right now. Obviously, he's probably not a day 2 pick now, but has the upside to be fantastic at the next level. I think he probably goes fifth or sixth round. I think is when a team will probably take a swing on him just because of that. But where do you think he falls? Am I being a little dramatic there? Because I could be just being dramatic, and he still be a day 2 pick.
I think you're potentially being a little bit optimistic.
Really, you don't think he gets drafted?
I think
or he's 6th or 7th?
I think there's a chance he goes in the 6th, 5th to 7th round somewhere in there.
It's been an unfortunate a couple of big time stories, right? Like Kyron Lacy situation. If you're curious about that, Google that. That's super unfortunate. He was probably going to be a 3rd or a 4th round pick in all honesty, but yeah, that was absolutely tragic. But the Cardinals pick is in, so are you leaning corner here? I mean, at this point, Will Johnson at 16 is amazing. Barron in terms of athleticism is great here. Maxwell Harrison ran a 4.29, so there's that.
Nope, we go interior line.
Did you check already?
Walter Nolan.
What? How have they announced the pick for you yet?
It's a need.
Have they announced the pick for you yet?
Have they what?
Have they announced the pick on the draft yet? I'm so far behind. Let me refresh. I don't know how I'm so far behind. You're on NFL.com?
I'm watching it on NFL Network.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Yeah.
Interesting,
That's a need. Everything for them on defense is pretty much a need.
Yeah, I think this is a great pick for the Cardinals. I think anything defensive related is great.
You can get the interior rush going and stop the run. I think they could use both, honestly, extensively. And
Cincinnati will riot if this is not a defensive player. I just want to say that right now.
Who do you think? With both tight ends gone, that would have been
corner. Corner's great for them right now. Corner, linebacker, you could go Jihad Campbell if you wanted to go that. Will Johnson, safety even makes sense here if you want to go Malachi Starks. I think that's a little early for him just because of how low teams are on him right now, but Malachi Starks makes sense here.
I'm hoping he goes to the
Uh,
Ravens, low key, being Starks.
yeah,
Him and
yeah, that
Hamilton.
would be a
Ooh,
great. Or who was
Amon
the
Wari,
South Carolina? Yeah,
Nick. Yeah,
Amon Wari would be a great pick for you guys as well. He's just a freak.
yeah. We'd have Kyle Hamilton, and then like a slightly less skilled but way more athletic Hamilton.
Yeah,
That'd be crazy. Good luck. Good luck scoring on that.
you already had a good defense already. That's just gonna make things even better. It's not like y'all need offense. I mean, y'all could get receiver at some point, but y'all have D Hop, Bateman, who came on strong last year, and Zay Flowers, who's like great. Don't need running back either, I don't think yet. I think next year y'all probably need to go running back. Maybe like one day 3 this year as well.
Well, whatever we can do to not have Lamar and uh,
Keaton Mitchell.
Andrews choke again.
Yeah, that's tough for Andrews, man.
He's been a stud for
Lamar
so
in the
long too.
playoffs. Lamar in the playoffs, man. There's just something up with it. It's like Peyton Manning in the playoffs.
Yeah, I remember Peyton Manning. Regular season, you wanted nothing to do with him, but in the playoffs, man, this has been one of the. I don't even know how to feel about this first round. To be honest with you, it's.
All I know is W Tet. That's all I got to say. W's up for Tet owners.
W for. I was talking to somebody just a minute ago in our in one of my fantasy leagues that I'm co-owning a team with, and he really liked the Tet landing spot. I like the Loveland, the Hunter, the Genty landing spots. I really don't like the Warren one, but we really haven't seen. There haven't been that many playmakers, offensive playmakers selected so far. Really. What was that one? What was in the chat? What was the over under again? It was offensive lineman and I don't know what that over under was, but I do remember that Scott Sharp was talking about an over and under for D lineman and offensive lineman too.
7 offensive linemen and 9 defensive linemen.
We'll see, man.
So far it's been 1, 2, 3, 4. It's been 4 offensive linemen and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 defensive linemen. He's on pace. He's on pace to hit it.
That'd be crazy work. Shout out to you.
Yeah, shout out to Scott in the chat. What a stud.
Yeah, we'll see what the Bengals do. I'd be shocked if it's not defense.
If it's not defense, the Cincinnati, Ohio is going to be burning buildings down tonight.
Maybe they go Shadur.
That would be amazing. Oh, Seattle, not a crazy spot to draft a quarterback.
Yeah, they can get out of that Darnold contract immediately if they really, really want to.
Yeah, they can literally they could do 1 season of Darnold and then move on from him. Because that contract is basically a 1-year rental.
Yep. And that's why we were preaching. People were being able to sell Darnold for a first-round pick in Superflex leagues, man. Oh, I hope if you had that opportunity, you cashed out.
I got an early second.
Still.
I got an early second and Tank Bigsby for Darnold, so I'm okay with that.
That's a smash.
Yeah.
Let's see what they did.
It was It was yeah, for real. This has got to be corner, safety, linebacker, something like that.
I'm gonna Jade Bear, and I'm
Ooh, I hate you, ESPN. I just saw the pick.
ah.
You saw it?
Yeah,
That's beautiful. That is
that's
he is
neat.
literally a glass cannon. They lose out on Trey Hendrickson more than likely. This probably confirms that Trey Hendrickson will not be a Bengal.
Oh, I mean, good. I don't know how much happier you could be for the pick if you're a Bengals fan.
Well, so there's a lot of concerns here. Uh, he is an athletic freak, obviously 6'5", 260, almost 270, and ran a 4.59 40.
Yeah.
That is insane athleticism. He's got the length, he's got the arm, he's got the frame, he's got everything but the production. He has not been a very good producer in terms of sacks. He is a how do I what's
I've
my
heard that he
player comp
did
for him?
create a lot of disruption, even if he didn't have the stats per se.
Oh, he's got everything in terms of power, speed. I mean, he's got everything. I just need him to clean up some of his like as you see, he's kind of like you know how sideline to sideline linebackers are?
Yeah.
He's basically like that, but an edge rusher. I mean, he is just shot out of a cannon every single play. He is high effort player for sure. It's just I think that he doesn't have a lot of finesse to him. He's a raw, pure power speed guy right now. That's what he does. He needs to be developed into. That's why I'd like for them to keep Hendrickson so he can develop with Hendrickson because Hendrickson can be a finesse guy for sure. So I'd like him to develop some pass rush moves, some finesse moves, and not just be a straight up, I'm running through you every single time, because that's kind of what he does. But
Interesting.
if he can develop, he is a top tier edge rusher because he's got all the intangibles.
Well, I certainly hope as a Ravens fan that he doesn't ever live up to that potential. No thanks.
Well, as you saw, if you saw some of the highlights, I mean, he's literally just sprinting after people on the field. He's like
A zombie
who he's like
in World
Fred
War
Warner.
Z.
He's like Fred Warner, but 6'5", 270.
Uh,
And an edge rusher. He's got that I'm just running after whoever has the ball as fast as possible. He has that ability. And he's a very high effort guy. So he just has to develop some pass rush skills.
so similar to Devin White. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
In the
Well,
sense of running
Devin
to the
White
ball. I was kidding.
yeah. But he's a freak. So the Bengals should be happy there, I guess. Hopefully they can keep Hendrickson. I think he's probably going to want too much, though.
Apparently, the Seahawks are willing to move back, and
Makes sense.
so are the Bucks.
That makes sense for both teams. So if one of these teams want to trade back to a QB needy team, I think could be a spot for Sanders or Dart. But yeah, this is interesting because the next pick, I mean, I don't think Seattle takes a quarterback. I don't think that makes sense. But man, they could easily, after Pittsburgh, I mean, Pittsburgh might not even take a quarterback. They might just roll with Mason Rudolph again, which they saw how well it worked out last time.
That's facts. Seahawks, what do you think? What do you think the Seahawks end up doing?
The Seahawks, receivers definitely need,
Ooh,
I think.
yeah. If they go receiver,
They got Cup in the slot. they got the Z in terms of JSN. They don't have an X. I don't think that they're. I mean, Golden could be an X, I guess. Uh
They could
Maybe
reach.
receiver. I don't think. I don't think receiver makes sense here. Actually, it's just because of their personnel, right? Like
Yeah.
they need an X receiver, right? And I don't think any X receiver is worth this pick right now.
I like that pick.
Hmm. Oh,
It's
you already saw it?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I need to remember.
All right, let's see. Yep, great. Gray Zabel, probably second best guard in the class. Probably a center. Uh, who's their current center?
Regardless as to who their center is, they really need help up front, opening up running lanes for the running backs. It was atrocious. Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet had nowhere to go. They had to do everything themselves. Their
I'm
offensive
not
line
sure.
is in dire need of help.
Ulu Uluwatani. I don't know if he's good or not, but yeah, Charles Cross is basically their only solid offensive lineman that I even recognize, really. So yeah, guard or center makes sense for the Seahawks. So yeah, this is a great pick by the Seahawks. Not a very flashy pick, but um, obviously you look at the school and you see North Dakota State, right? You're like, okay, he didn't really, play top tier competition. The film's that good. That's why he's a first round pick. Like his film is redonkulous. I mean, he's destroying FCS level competition on the daily. So another guy that's feasted on lower end competition is Mike Green. You'll hear his name called probably sometime tonight. He's out of Marshall. He had 17 sacks last year in college, that's nuts. So he's a little undersized, but showed out at the Senior Bowl. So we might hear his name called fairly soon.
You know what's validating?
Hmm.
Matthew Golden has not been picked yet, despite how many people wanted him to be the first receiver or the first player practically drafted.
So with Golden, a lot of people, I've talked to multiple people today where they say Golden's their wide receiver one. And there's so many issues that I have with Golden. First thing, you look at the production this past year, right? I know production isn't everything, and Quinn Ewers is a terrible quarterback. Don't at me, but
Hmm.
in all honesty, he had 930-ish yards, I think, and he did that in 16 games. And for college, that is not very good production. He was not even really starting until mid-season. He was their kick returner for the most part. I think he's fast, but I don't think he's 4.29 fast on tape. On field speed and 40 speed is very different. So Golden did not play very fast to me on tape. I think his separation ability downfield is cool sometimes. I thought the route running was okay, nothing great. I will say his biggest trait, though, to me that I saw was his jump ball ability. I thought his ball skills were pretty good, despite being a little undersized. I think he's 6 foot, like 185, something like that. So he's a little undersized, but his ball skills were pretty good. But outside of that, there wasn't really anything that popped off on film. He wasn't terribly elusive after the catch. You know, he just didn't really pop for me at any point through watching film. I watched, and I thought I was crazy for having him as our wide receiver 9. Uh, I went back and watched every single one of his targets, and he just didn't wow me at all outside of his jump ball ability. So, pick is in for the Bucks. Uh, this could be wide receiver. People were mocking Tet McMillan to them, so we'll see, man. this is going to be an interesting one, I think. I think they go defense here if I had to guess. What do you think? I think he's gone for the moment. But so I'll say something real quick. So in terms of the Bucks, they were a playoff team last year, I believe. Taking a receiver here, a guy that's probably not likely to play very much, and just to basically be the Mike Evans replacement doesn't make a lot of sense here. I think you pick a need position right here and try to contend for a Super Bowl because I think the roster is overall pretty solid. Looks like Shadir Sanders is having a fun time. The rejected will be respected. I don't even know. That probably hurts his draft stock in all honesty. But I'm not surprised. I said my hot take of the draft was Shadir falls out of the first round. That's what I said. Uh, that was my hot take of the draft. This is going to be an interesting pick here, I think. This could be offense. I doubt it. I think this is defense, though. I'll also say, in terms of landing spot, I do not want any quarterback that's on the Pittsburgh Steelers. I just don't. Uh, so, yeah, there's that.
Well, I just saw the next thing. That's
I saw
interesting.
it too.
That's crazy work.
Hey, look, so Emeka Egbuka to the Buccaneers. RIP anybody that has Jalen McMillan shares because he is likely not going to be a starter anymore. Let's go ahead and talk about it. I have a few things to say about Egbuka. I'm sure you do as well. In terms of intangibles, man, there's some stuff that's came out about him this week and the past few months where he has just been an excellent interviewer, a great, incredible person on and off the field. And the Bucks, I guess, couldn't turn that type of player down, that type of person down. But in terms of just what he does on the field, not just what he does off the field, releases absolutely fantastic. He uses a plethora of releases to get open. Super great yak, PPR scam artist type of player. Route running, he might be the best route runner in this entire class. Very, very skillful technician when it comes to routes, especially his short routes. And then his hands have been very, very reliable at Ohio State. And let's talk about it. Ohio State is wide receiver U. I don't care what anybody says. Look at the players that have came out of Ohio State these past few seasons. Absolute elite level production. But some of the negatives, right? Yak ability is a little bit limited. He's solid, but not nearly, a classified as a yak guy. I think he's a lot like JSN, who our comp is, right?
Yep.
So in terms of his long speed, he did run I don't know if he ran a 40, but he was classified as like a 4.3, a late 4.3s guys. He didn't really show that on tape. And then in terms of beating press coverage, he might be a little weird there. But overall, I think he is a great pick for the Bucks. McMillan shares, Jalen McMillan shares are about to be in the dirt, though. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so with Egbuka, specifically with press, they tried to leave him off line of scrimmage so that he could get free releases. When you have somebody like, I don't know, Jeremiah Smith or, I don't know, Marvin Harrison Jr., you probably want them facing the press coverage because they're elite against it. So, thinking about the fit there, right? I think that you would obviously still have Mike Evans as your X. Uh, I think you could interchange Egbuka and Godwin. I think it's interesting because Godwin and Igbuka aren't perfect matches, but their roles would be kind of similar in terms of their deployment, I would think. But as far as Baker Mayfield, maybe he wasn't a sell high. I don't know, man. I might take that back. So yeah, now we have the Broncos on the board. I really think I'm gonna call my shot here. I think we see Trevion Henderson selected here. Could definitely see running back such as Omarion Hampton potentially. You could definitely see somebody like Matthew Golden if they're high on him. I definitely think Luther Burden III could potentially be an option here. I think they should definitely be looking to get a skill position player on offense because Cortland Sutton is a fine X receiver, but if that's your best receiver, your best receiving asset in general and playmaker, it's a little bit worrisome. Their tight end room is among the worst in the NFL, but obviously neither of the tight ends are available for them, being Warren or Loveland. They already have the best pass protecting offensive line per PFF this past season, so I really don't think they invest in O line. Their entire defense, for the most part, is pretty solid as well. So, all in all, guys, I'd be pretty shocked if we don't see a skill position player here. Yeah, exactly, Rico. Love the talent, hate the fit. Exactly. We're going to see him potentially get JSN, Odunzade, but very talented player. It kind of reminds me of Rico. It kind of reminds me of the mocks where they had him going to the Chargers with Lad McConkey, and it was a bit redundant because, I mean, he's somewhat similar to Lad McConkey. Maybe not quite as good vertically down the field as Lad is for sure, but yeah, interesting pick nonetheless. And there's less than a minute left for the Broncos until they run out of time. I'm sure they're aware of that. We'll see what they do. But like I said, I'm thinking if I had to bet that I'm gonna go with Trevion Henderson here. Yep, and the pick is in, so we'll see what they end up doing here. It's been a pretty interesting draft so far. Only player at oh, I guess we've seen two players now kind of be nuked for immediate production, being Tyler Warren and Mick Egbuka from a fantasy perspective. Yes, it does help the QB. The fantasy teams are hurt. It is unfortunate.
Let me go Omar and Hampton here at 20. I don't think tight end or wide receiver makes sense here, in all honesty.
I'm calling Henderson.
Henderson would be amazing with Estime. That would be awesome, but they're probably going to go Hampton.
Because I know that Evan Ingram had that Joker thing on his Instagram or whatever when he was signed. I think he can fit that role, but I really think Henderson, he would be perfect.
It's an interesting spot. I would be shocked if this isn't running back.
Yeah. Like I was saying earlier, like offensive line, they don't need that at all. They need skill position players on offense badly.
Yeah, for sure. Who's this kid?
Somebody that's very lucky.
They get to say Trevion Henderson's name. Oh, he's a Make-A-Wish kid? He didn't look like it.
It's supposed to be bald.
Oh God.
Just kidding. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Rob, shout out to Samuel.
Shout out Samuel. Better fighter than John Jones. Is that Wee Man?
So that's awesome for him.
What a goat.
Let's go, bro. Trevion Henderson.
Jade Barron corner. Okay. Hey, great value there. I think first corner off the board, number 20. Great pick for the Broncos. Makes that top 5 defense even better this year.
I couldn't have been more wrong, I guess.
I mean, it makes sense if you're just trying to take BPA. I think the offense looks great. Maybe they grab running back later on in the draft in the second or third round. I do think the need is with running back, but
they have the second worst receiving core in the NFL, behind only above the Raiders.
Really?
Their receiving core is terrible. Bro, Cortland Sutton's fine, but then they have players like Marvin Mims, who's okay, I guess, as a deep threat.
He was looking great down the stretch. I actually just traded for him today. I traded for a share today.
Oh, apparently it's looking like a steal for you then.
Well, yeah, I traded the 111 and 2/3, one in 2026 and one in 2027 for Waddle and Marvin Mims.
That's crazy. They don't go offense?
I like it. Looks like they haven't. So they got PS2. They got Greenlaw. Forgot they signed Greenlaw. RIP the 49ers. Nick Benito is coming off a great year. I think, have they paid him yet? I know they're probably going to have to.
I think they did pay
Zach Allen's a great D-line. Yeah, this defense is looking stocky. You know, the Broncos, despite having a bad receiving core, like you said, playoff team. So the most.
Do you think we see Hampton go here?
This is the last spot, in my opinion. Let me not get spoiled here, but in my opinion, this is the last spot outside of the Rams, maybe, that would go quarterback unless somebody trades up. So this is the last spot, unless a trade's made, that a quarterback can go. So Dart or Shedeur is falling out of the first round, regardless of what happens, unless the team trades up. Yeah, this is a live shot. Look, he don't look very happy. I don't know if anybody's called him, man. I don't know. This might be Omarion Hampton. They're like, man,
he's just better than he ain't right back. He's getting written off, I bet.
I don't want to get spoiled. I just saw a notification. I don't want to look at it. Oh no! I'm not looking at it.
I'm not looking at it either.
Nobody spoil it. Nobody spoil it. Please.
Yeah, I'll update.
They do need a quarterback.
I'll update the pick counter in just 1 second. I don't want to spoil it by looking. Oh, don't go quarterback. None of these guys deserve this pick. Don't go quarterback. Well, actually, no. I'm a Ravens fan. Go quarterback. Take Shedeur Sanders.
That makes the pick for the Chiefs even better. So
yeah, actually, I hope they go quarterback.
I'm not touching Shedeur Sanders with a 10-foot pole if he goes to the Steelers. I just imagine Jackson Dart in a Steelers jersey. I don't know why.
I hope they go
All
quarterback.
Right, here we
please.
go. This is the last chance for Shedeur Sanders outside of a trade.
Please go quarterback.
Derek Harmon, D tackle out of Oregon. Shedeur Sanders is a second round pick, like I said the whole time. He's garbage.
It's not even a hate of him. It's confusing. Like, I don't know what people see. Like, he's generally accurate, but that's just about the only intangible you want that he has. I mean, I don't understand. That's crazy. Good for them. Sucks. I wish they would have taken Sanders personally.
Hey, wait, how's that looking right now? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7? 7 defensive linemen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 D linemen right now. So he needs 9. So he needs 2 more in the next pick. Next few picks. Guard. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he's hit on the offensive lineman side. He has 7 O linemen. He needs 2 more edge rushers to be picked in these last 10 picks. I think it's very possible because I would say Chiefs and Eagles are going to go edge probably. Could see the Lions going edge. I can see a lot of these teams going edge, honestly.
Interesting, though. It's going to feel good to be vindicated about Matthew Golden, though. I do agree he looked pretty good in a couple of games at the end of last year, but I mean, people want to knock Burden for the lack of production this year when he put up 1,200 yards and 10 touchdowns as a true sophomore with terrible quarterback play in the SEC.
And Golden hasn't had any season like that at all. He was a Houston guy and didn't do anything in Houston the first 2 years he played.
It's just like, and it's just so annoying because it makes you like, it makes it out like you just hate these players or something when it's just people are so ridiculous about it.
And another thing, a lot of his touchdowns were busted plays, in my opinion, for Golden. Like
Quentin Johnston.
Yeah, like Quentin Johnston last year, except I don't think he's nearly as bad as a receiver as Quentin Johnston.
He's better than
like
Quentin Johnston.
He has way better hands, and he's a better jump ball receiver than Johnston,
and
despite
he's a better
Johnston
athlete.
being huge. Right? So, yeah, I mean, listen, I'm cool with Matthew Golden, but he's my wide receiver. He's my wide receiver 7. He's our wide receiver 9, I believe. So, I mean, you know, I just don't see the upside really.
You know,
and the only reason I have him as my wide receiver 7, he wouldn't even be in my top 10 if he wasn't projected to be a first round pick. You know, so
yeah,
the Chargers are interesting here. I would be very much in the wide receiver conversation here. I think another wide receiver goes here.
If they get Burden. Oh my God.
Loveland didn't fall to him.
I like Loveland's spot, you know, because like, I guess I would slightly prefer the Chargers. Maybe it just pure spots per spot, but you know, that top 10 draft capital with the Bears, like he's getting targeted. You were using
it's interesting because we're not too far removed from the 700-yard, 7 touchdown season from Cole Kmet.
Yep.
We're not too far removed from that. And he performed fairly well in the bad offense of Matt Eberflus last year. So it's interesting to me.
Bears are going running back in the second round, dude.
Sure. If Harold Fanning goes to a team like the Chargers in the second round, or like the Jets or the Texans or the Cowboys, one of those teams that have subpar tight end play, Harold Fanning's my tight end 1.
He's a goat.
And seriously,
It's
who has
so
more
good
upside?
To have Loveland and Fannin in that one league if that happens. Ooh.
Well, Loveland is a part of a 2 tight end system, right? Cole Kmet Cole Kmet is there. I
He'll
think
get some
that
volume.
impacts Loveland's value. I think he'll get some volume, but not as a rookie. I think he'll get decent. I think maybe 500-600 yards as a rookie max with Cole Kmet there. But that does make me feel like they move off of Cole Kmet. But all in all, if Harold Fanning goes to the Jets, Texans, or Cowboys, he is my tight end one. And in the second round, if he goes to either one of those players, any one of those spots in the second round, he has the best landing spot of the three people, in my opinion.
What a crazy day. Not gonna lie, I haven't been too disappointed so far. I've just the
No one's
Broncos
really
one-
made a bad pick. I mean, can you think of a bad pick so far?
No pick was overtly bad. I think some teams could have done better things for their own good, but no Shadur Sanders in the first.
Maybe Jahdae Barron to the Broncos, but I think
I
Barron's
thought that
a
was
good player.
confusing, but you already have a strength. Why not make it an even bigger strength? It's fair.
Sure. Double down on defense. I know Sean Payton loves his defense, right?
Yep.
Who's that? Will Johnson? I wouldn't worry about that, Will Johnson. I think you're a first-round pick still.
What's up?
They were showing Will Johnson. He looked very not happy.
The Ravens could use him. There's
Dude, if y'all get the Ravens, I'm going to be so pissed off.
oh,
I'm sure the Eagles will get him somehow, so it'll be fine.
they're getting Nick Amanwari. Let's be real. They're gonna
Dude,
get
I'm
the.
surprised. I'd be shocked if he goes past the Bills, in all honesty.
They need him in that secondary. Their safeties are getting
But
older.
you know what? Don't worry about it, because guess who they don't get if it's not Amanwari? They're going to get Malachi Starks. They're going to end up with one of these great players.
Will
They're
Johnson,
just a good franchise that makes good decisions. So, so bad. Watch them take Shadur Sanders, please, please. No more Hurts. Trade him.
I wouldn't be shocked if we see a trade up though at the end of the first round, like Lamar Jackson back in the day.
Yeah, to get away. I would think somebody would want to jump ahead in front of the Browns or the Saints or the Giants, right?
Probably not for a couple more picks. You know, maybe picks 27 to 32, one of those. But if it happens,
for sure.
What we need to see some Kyle McCord up in here.
I would love Kyle McCord as a first-round pick, but it's just not realistic, I think. Pick is in. They waited the whole time. I think they were trying to that makes me think. That makes me think I don't know if they're trying to trade back as much as somebody's trying to trade up.
Or yeah, that's what I meant. Trade talks, right? Yep.
Yeah, for sure. So Jihad Campbell makes a little bit of sense here, just because, they lost Joey Bosa. Khalil Mack's still there, but we'll see. They have Najee Harris, so I don't think running backs are really a need here.
You're talking
Mason
about
Taylor's
Mason Taylor.
here.
What is it with this guy? What does he show?
They do need tight end. Hey, they do need tight end.
Yeah, go with Fanning.
Can you imagine? I don't see Fanning's name on that. Daniel Jeremiah knows best.
He is Jim Harbaugh likes to run the ball, and this guy is the 12th man for the defense.
Yeah, he is awful. Mason Taylor might be the worst blocking tight end I've ever seen in my life. He's literally gotten in the way of run plays consistently on film. He is not a good run blocker.
Tackles his
He's
own
not even that
back.
great of an athlete. He's not even that great of an
and
athlete
no production
in terms of jump ball. No production either. I mean, it's like, what are we doing? Why do we want him on our team? Like I think he was the worst graded player of. I think we did like 200 prospects. We graded 200 prospects. Watched all 22 on all of them. He was by far our worst graded player. Maybe we were just in a bad mood.
I have just never seen somebody be such a detriment in the run game. Get in the way, miss your blocks, tackle your own guy.
I think a receiver here.
I think we see Golden go off the board here. Golden or Burden.
Omarion Hampton? Najee Harris owners are just destroyed right now.
Ha 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 ha.
What?
Najee Harris, no thank you. I told everybody he sucks.
Dude,
Najee
you're
Harris
so
sucks.
cooked. Oh my goodness.
Let's
What is
go.
this pick?
Let's go. Let's go. See, Najee Harris sucks. I tried to tell people over and over again, he's so bad. Like, I don't understand why they signed him when they could just do this. Thank you.
Did they give him a bag?
I can tell they already regret Najee Harris. They gave him like 10 million for some reason. I don't get it. He's terrible. He's inefficient. He's a slug.
If anyone is a prototypical John Harbaugh, is it Jim or John?
Jim, and it's John for us in Baltimore.
Yeah, so for Jim Harbaugh, yeah, you're gonna have Najee. I guess that's not bad for you. Hampton and Najee you have the handcuff, right? But I think early on, I think they're going to be splitting carries, which makes zero sense to me. I do not like this pick for the Chargers whatsoever. Like, I love Hampton. I mean, he's our RB4, but like,
that's good for long term, man.
It's good for long term, but I mean,
I tried to tell people,
it makes
Najee
no
Harris
sense.
sucks.
It makes no sense. Maybe they weren't. Maybe they weren't sold on Hampton falling to them, but that doesn't make much sense. Yeah. So on some of the things you like about Hampton, how do you feel about him? I mean, there's a lot of things to like. I mean, I think his acceleration is some of the best in the class. After I watched him back on film.
1 second.
Oh my God, what a dump truck. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, so with Omarion Hampton, he has plus vision. It was among the best in the class. I would say maybe Devin Neal, potentially Ashton Genty, Trevion Henderson, you could argue have equally good or potentially better vision. His physicality is great. Unlike, more so than Caleb Johnson, his pad level is low enough to where he's going to bowl through people. I actually comped him to Josh Jacobs for that reason. He just take away the team and just watch the film and you see Josh Jacobs. Contact balance is fantastic. Now, some of the negatives, it's not even that his change of direction is necessarily overtly terrible. It's just, with some of these bigger guys and somebody like Josh Jacobs, you're just not going to have the change of direction with that frame unless you are just an insane athlete. And then the long speed, yeah, if you look up the GPS scores, he does reach some max speeds that are good, but you just don't see him really pull away from people, and I just don't think he's going to be able to consistently get those long 60 to 70-yard runs. But as far as a landing spot, it doesn't get much better than this. I have a 102 in a dynasty rookie draft, and I was going to pick Cam Ward. I don't know, man. First round draft capital, Jim Harbaugh led team, prototypical build, Josh Jacobs clone at running back. That spells a lot of fantasy points to me. What do you think, Bobby?
So first thoughts, doesn't really make sense to me in terms of the landing spot. I do think the landing spot is great for long-term value for Hampton. I think his value immediately isn't going to be great just because he's probably going to be splitting carries with Najee Harris because he's being paid as a RB1, Najee Harris is. Now, it's interesting. So, obviously Jim Harbaugh has some really solid run zone schemes, and I think Hampton is perfect for that type of run offense. So I think once he becomes the full-time back there, he's going to be electric. He's going to give you Josh Jacobs levels of production, but I think Hampton is a solid pass catcher as well. Not terrible, or not elite, but solid. And his acceleration is something that really impressed me. On them zone plays where he can hit the hole, he's going to give you 10, 15 yards because his acceleration is really solid from what I saw. So overall, short-term outlook, not great. Long-term outlook for him after, maybe 2026, he's going to be fantastic. I think it would be tough to take him after the 105. Like anybody passing on him after the 105 is crazy. Even if you have solid running back depth.
I just see so many points for him in the future, man. Oh,
I do too. After you get Najee Harris out of there, or you realize that Najee Harris is, I can't imagine that they don't split carries with them. At least for this year, and then you can move off Najee, and then Hampton's the guy after that. In terms of Deuce, it's interesting because you're not going to get the production you want out of either one of them year one, I don't think, with this pick at least. But you're in a rebuild, so this is fine for you, I think.
This is crazy.
Onto the Packers. Packers,
do they go
they're
golden?
set at running back. That would make zero sense to me. Could you imagine Luther Burden? That wouldn't make any sense. I don't think receiver makes any sense either. And whatever receivers goes here, I'm going to be somewhat
skeptical.
Low on.
Don't like the
I'm going to be low on. I think their need is vertical X since Christian Watson can't stay healthy. They can't stay healthy, right? Christian Watson can't stay healthy, but the rest of their receiver room, I think, is fine. Romeo Dobbs is a fine Z. Jaden Higgins, not Jaden Higgins, just Reed. Jaden Reed is fun fact about Jaden Reed. He has the most fantasy points generated per touch.
He's a stud.
Of any receiver in the NFL. If he gets avid targets, if he has some avid targets, he can be a stud at the next level. But the way that they do things in Green Bay, they like to spread the ball around. I'm out on any Green Bay receiver.
I wonder if we see offensive tackle potentially.
Right. Tackle could make sense. Simmons is kind of underrated right now, in my opinion. But we'll see. I would be criminally low on Matthew Golden if he goes to the Packers.
I'd laugh.
He's going to be in such a crowded receiver room.
I would laugh so hard if they get him.
This is the first pick.
Potentially be they could potentially be going Will Johnson to replace Jaire Alexander.
He's still there at least this next season, right? Or do they need to pay him?
He's there for now, but there have been serious trade talks with Alexander.
He's just not available consistently. He's hurt all the time, but he's a great player when he's on the field. Who's that?
He's always dying to make sure he's out there for the coin toss, that's for sure. Man, what are they gonna do?
The cheeseheads, man.
Who's a receiver? Which receiver's career are they gonna ruin?
Probably Matthew Golden.
It's your time, Green Bay.
Mark Murphy, okay. I like this. The CEO of the Packers gets to announce their own pick in Green Bay. That's awesome.
Hell.
What a great moment for the Packers. I love it. Hell yeah.
Let's see your unbelievable pick.
That's true.
You don't believe that.
Elite fan base. I do. I have to say that. That's facts. I love it. Apparently,
Cool
everyone
story,
is.
bro. Just out of curiosity, who are you drafting? Right. Could you drag this out anymore?
This is his moment, man. Oh, receiver. Let's go. Matthew Golden dies. He's dead. He shouldn't even be a first round pick in rookie drafts. He's cooked. I love that. He might not even be ahead of third round wide receivers in our rankings. Wow, this is bad. This is a bad pick. This is a bad pick by the Packers. Great moment for the city of Green Bay here, but that's bad. That's a bad pick. Deuce, in terms of landing spots for Travion, I think an underrated landing spot might be the Ravens. Even though, you would have Derrick Henry used a little more lightly, and then you'd have Travion as your lightning. I could see the Texans drafting him. If we're just talking about first round, the Commanders, I would love their landing. He will be my RB2, almost on par with Genty if he gets the Commanders landing spot. Bills, I could see going running back if they don't think Cook is going to be with the team. Chiefs could go running back. I would hate that though. But yeah, those are the only realistic landing spots here.
I'm already seeing stuff in our strategist league chat.
I haven't looked at sleeper since we got on here. I was gonna. So in general, I think he's going to be a commander. Realistically, if he's a first round pick, I think he's probably an early to mid second though. If I had to be realistic about it, even though I think he's my RB2 of the class. This is my least favorite pick of the first round.
I just commented in our league chat, yet another wide receiver 2 for Green Bay.
Yeah. He's not gonna be a difference maker in Green Bay.
That's crazy.
Call me crazy, but I don't think this is the worst pick of the first round, I think.
You could not have asked for a worse I guess there are worse landing spots. Oh my god, that's a terrible landing spot.
Well, let me go ahead and I guess I can say more positive things about wait, he's on the mic? That's cool, I guess. All right, yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at Matthew Golden. I guess I'll talk about this one a little bit. So in terms of Golden, I do think he's a solid wide receiver too. Like you said, I think he's got pretty reliable hands. I think his yak ability is decent, not great. I don't think he's great at any one thing. I think he's a jack of all trades type of receiver that doesn't excel in any one thing. The only thing that I would probably say that his best is his best attribute is his jump ball ability. Being able to come back to the ball, his ball skills, like we said earlier, are pretty solid. I was pretty impressed with him being 5'11", 191 pounds. He can really get up there and pluck the ball out of the air pretty well. In terms of his weaknesses, though, like I said, he doesn't have a major strength in any one area, which is probably going to be an issue at the next level. His short routes aren't necessarily that great. I don't find him particularly effective on screens. In terms of his releases, he's not really developed there either. I just don't. I find him at his peak to be a high-end wide receiver too. He just didn't wow me on tape in any one area.
Yeah, as far as what to say about this, he does have good hands. I've seen him make multiple incredible one-handed catches, for instance, at the goal line in contested catch situations. He does have good yak ability. I'd argue he's more so good in a straight line than necessarily extremely
agree.
shifty.
Yeah.
Yeah, his releases, he could definitely use some help against press coverage. I think that using him off the line would help, which is
That's Reed's job.
What's up?
I don't think he's going to be in motion a lot. I think that's Reed's job, right?
Yeah,
So
and
I think he's going to be an outside X or Z.
Yeah,
and I think
which
he's
is
probably
confusing,
going to be
right?
an X. I think he's going to be an X, which is going to not be good for him whatsoever. Oh, here we go. Vikings are on the clock. My least favorite pick of the first round, by the way, and it's not particularly close. I hate that pick for the Packers.
Man, that's just crazy work, man.
Donovan Jackson, a guard out of Ohio State, goes before the tackle. Interesting pick here. I think that's a fine choice for
need a guard. They need interior.
Yeah, I think that's a fine pick for the Vikings. Obviously they don't need receiver. They could get running back here in the third or fourth round. But yeah, I think he was a big part of TreVeyon Henderson getting 7.1 yards a carry. You see, if you guys are watching the draft, you can see some of how he mauls in the run game. Yeah, I like this pick a lot. Any Ohio State player is probably going to be pretty solid at the next level, at least for this past year's team. Oh, the Giants traded up. This has got to be Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders. This has got to be quarterback, right? So they go Abdul Carter and Shedeur Sanders. Is that what we're thinking?
Please don't be Shedeur Sanders for my Malik Neighbors share.
All right, so here's the details of the trade, guys, while we're at break. The Texans trade 25 to the Giants in exchange for 34, 99, and a third rounder in 2026. So basically, they're trading the first for an early second, an early third, and a third in 2026. I think that's solid. I think the Texans are a pretty smart organization when it comes to trading draft picks and trading up for draft picks. You saw the Will Anderson, CJ Stroud draft. That was amazing. So
it's interesting.
Yeah.
They must not like Simmons or think they can get him later.
That's an interesting thing. Maybe they're not in love with him. Maybe they like the second round projected tackles better. I would be shocked if they don't go tackle in the second round with that early third.
Poor Stroud. What has he done to them for him to deserve this?
Well, let's look. Do you perceive the Rams to pick a tackle? I could see the Ravens picking a tackle. Ronnie Stanley, and then the other side, right, is meh, right? The other side of y'all's line. Obviously, the Lions don't need one. I don't know about the Commanders' line. Dude, if we end up with Simmons at 31, I would love that. All right, chat. I need y'all to liven up a little bit here. Is it Sanders or Dart? Sanders or Dart? Was all of the Dart first round hype BS? Is that what we're thinking here? Was it always Sanders to the Giants at 2 or at 3?
Is Deuce talking about TreVeyon Henderson?
Yeah.
Man,
I said Commanders is the most likely first round, and then early to mid second to a team that's running back needy. All right, Deuce is saying Sanders here. I think that probably makes the most sense if I'm the Giants, even though I like Dart slightly better. Yeah, Giants are dumb.
I don't like the I don't like Sanders, but I'd like the thought of not using the third pick on.
Yeah, get Abdul Carter. You
Yeah.
know, if I mean the Steelers, you're going to end up with Dart or Shadur, one of those guys, right? So,
At least they didn't have to throw in a future first or something.
yeah,
You know?
exactly.
Like,
I mean, you're only giving up your early second and 2/3. Not bad.
oh,
To move up like 12 spots, that's fine. And you know, it's
Ooh.
good because
Ooh.
I think Shadur Sanders needs some polish. I think he does, you know, because of the pocket issues, right? I think the pocket issues are a major problem. Russell Wilson can show you how to not do that. And you know, I think this is good. I think, you know, you play Russell Wilson for a you know, most of the season and then throw Shadur Sanders or Jackson Dart in there at the end of the year. This is my ideal uh opportunity. Like, it's my ideal situation for Dart and Shadur is they do not need, neither one of them need to be starting early on in their rookie season. They just should not be doing that.
I think the Chiefs could also. I don't know that they would do this, but man, if they get Travion Henderson,
That's another. That's another. I think they have bigger needs though. But yes,
Do you think he's? Do you think he creeps up to 102 in rookie drafts if that happens? I do. First round Chiefs
Travion?
running back that's actually good.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. I think he's worth the
Easy.
102. If you know, he's our RB2. So
I will be smashing that with my 102 in this one league if that happens. Easy money.
all right, just Dayball as a person. I think this might be Jackson Dart. I'm saying it now. With Dayball, how he values people, the quarterbacks he's worked with in the past, I think this might be Jackson Dart. You heard it
Traitsy
here
guys
first,
with the
folks.
upside. Not Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one that developed Josh Allen. You get a year, you know, you get the more pro-ready guy in Shadur Sanders, or you get the guy with way more upside in Jackson Dart. You got a year with Russ. You're getting Jackson Dart here. I think that's what's happening.
Apparently the Falcons traded up for the next pick after this.
Really? They did. What the hell do they want here? Are they going corner? Let's see. All right. Trade the Falcons are on the clock. All right. Well, we'll look at that trade in a moment, but I think Jackson Dart's the picker. That makes more sense to me personally. If you're Dayball and you're the QB whisperer and you got a year to work with a quarterback to make him better, I think Dart's the better pick here.
Oh my God.
All right. This is a huge, huge, huge pick for them. This is the Giants' future. Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart. That makes so much sense. Good shit. I love that. I love that. Dayball gets his guy. I said it. That makes way more sense. The Giants. I mean, I need to be an NFL GM. That's just what needs to happen. Way more upside, way higher ceiling. That's a great pick for the Giants. You get your guy, and he gets to learn behind, you know, a borderline Hall of Fame quarterback in Russell Wilson. And look, don't forget, you got a guy in Jameis Winston, too, that can teach guys a few things. Hopefully he doesn't teach Jackson Dart the interception throwing ability, but for sure, I love this pick.
I mean, if you're going to compete with Jaden Daniels and Jalen Hurts with the company that Jalen Hurts has, you need upside. Getting a floor quarterback is not going to win you that division ever.
Yep. I'm working on.
That is crazy work.
I love that for the Giants. This might be top 3 picks for me in the first round. Even though he's our QB 10 overall, I think he has the upside to be a top 2. He might have a better career than Cam Ward, in all honesty, because at least he has talent to work with. Go ahead and give us some pointers on Jackson Dart. I love this for Jackson Dart.
Yeah. So as far as Jackson Dart rather, his medium throw accuracy is generally accurate. He has good speed. Now he has good throws and bad throws. Trying to think of who I would compare him to in the sense of. So he'll make a bunch of good throws and decisions, more importantly. I mean, not more importantly, but he'll make a good decision over and over. And then he'll just have these random plays where he makes head-scratching mistakes that just destroy drives, right? His pocket awareness isn't necessarily the best either. And his arm talent is not as bad, in my opinion, as Shedeur Sanders. But it's not necessarily elite per se. But as far as the landing spot, he does have Malik Neighbors. We like that. He's not going to have to start this year. We do like that. And with the first round draft capital, he is going to get an opportunity to start for sure at some point, probably next year. So if you like Jackson Dart, or if you're looking to get, a value quarterback later in your rookie drafts, potentially in the second round, maybe late first, I think you could definitely do worse. What do you think, Bobby?
I'm going to tell you guys right now, if I'm picking at the 107 to 110 in rookie drafts and I'm in need of a QB3, like if I'm in need of a quarterback, I'm going Jackson Dart. He's not going to give you much value year one, but this is perfect. We saw what happened with Josh Allen and Brian Daboll, who's the head coach of the Giants. He turned him into probably the best quarterback in the NFL, and he was way more raw and had way more issues than Jackson Dart did. You're getting a whole year of development. This is the perfect situation for Jackson Dart. He could be a high-end QB1 by 2027. I'm taking him with the 107 to 110. If you're in need of a quarterback, I could argue he could be even a top 5 pick in Superflex drafts. Obviously, it's the issue in terms of he's not playing first year. That's fine. You saw what Patrick Mahomes did when he didn't start for his first full year. He could be the greatest quarterback of all time. So in terms of the stuff that I love the touch. He needs to stop getting hit so much in the open field. But let's go ahead and see this Falcons pick real quick. I'll talk more about Dart in a moment. James Pierce Jr., that's a great pick for the Falcons. He's got a lot of character concerns, but he's a top 3 edge rusher, in my opinion, in this draft
What
class.
did they take earlier?
They picked who did
Edge,
they pick
right?
earlier?
They picked 2 edges.
Well, no, Jalen Walker is like a hybrid edge linebacker. They'll probably use him more as like
Interior?
No, he's not big enough to play interior. I think he'll play off ball more.
That's what I meant, like middle linebacker.
Yeah. He's probably going to play off ball a little bit, off ball linebacker. Could rush the passer on certain packages. This is probably one of the best value picks in round 1 for me, but I mean, he's got some clear character concerns, and he's going to have to clean that up if he wants to be a big-time NFL player.
I was wondering if Pierce was going to go in the first round.
I was hoping.
I mean,
yeah, I think he's a first-round pick for sure. I mean, he should be a top 10. He's a top 10 player for me. He's top 10. But he, it's stuff. All right. Just talk a little bit more about the Dart thing. Like I said, he makes some of the best throws of any quarterback. That's including Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, Kyle McCord. He makes some of the best throws of any quarterback in this class. it's just not super consistent. So
Yeah, man. I mean, the Giants, if you were going to take a quarterback, did it the exact perfect way. No future first round draft capital, and you didn't waste your early first. So, congrats to
I'm trying
them
to
for not.
see.
What's up?
I'm trying to see what they gave up for. Yeah, I'm trying to see what's the trade looking like here. Interesting. I think the Falcons they might be top 3 first round draft choices so far.
I'm hoping the Titans go wide receiver in round 2. That'd be clutch if they could get like a what would they need? Man, if they got Burden. If they got a Burden.
Dart is my QB2 in rankings right now. He's my QB2.
Yeah, he has the best draft capital besides Ward.
Well, I don't think that matters a ton. I mean, it does, but like, for example, if Shedeur went to the Steelers at 21, I'd still have Dart over him.
Oh yes,
just because that offense is terrible, and I don't think Shedeur should be thrown into the fire immediately. But yeah, it's going to take a like if Kyle McCord lands with the Steelers in like the 3rd round or something, and they don't take a quarterback in the 2nd, then there's going to be like a tie for QB2. But yeah, I mean, that's so good for the Giants. I think the Giants have had the best draft thus far, right? Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart. That's amazing.
you know, out of all the things that is going to surprise me is if Matthew Golden is a star wide receiver with the Packers.
If he has a top 12 finish on his rookie contract, I will be shocked. I'll say that now. If Matthew Golden has a top 12 finish at any point during his rookie contract, I will be shocked.
I mean, besides just, I think he's talented, but I don't think he's as talented as where he's drafted. He's in
I
Green
think he
Bay.
might.
They're going to
He's
run the
like a
ball at the
late
end of the
second round
season.
pick for me. Yeah, I mean, and they run the ball a ton anyways.
Tons of target
They're a
competition.
run first team.
Poor quarterback, tough division. Like
I doubled down on the poor quarterback. I mean, I've gotten so much hate on Reddit for saying Jordan loves to sell high, but
he's not good.
He's not great.
I had somebody argue with me, and I whipped out all the advanced stats about his accuracy grades, including clean pocket and the like, and they were all 25th or worse, and some worse than 32nd. Like, he's just not an accurate quarterback.
And he's not like, he puts the ball in harm's way too a lot too. I mean, he led the NFL before he got hurt. I think he led the NFL in interceptions. No, I don't think that's true. I think he was second behind Richardson.
Apparently, Matt Harmon says Matthew Golden makes so much sense in the Packers wide receiver room. It does.
Where does he play?
Another wide receiver too.
Yeah, it keeps the theme going. But I don't think they need a Z. And they don't need a slot either. Jaden Reed's awesome. They needed an X, and Golden's not an X.
Yeah, exactly, Kevo. LaFleur doesn't know how to use his 60 receivers correctly. Now he has the 61st one. That's just...
And, I think LaFleur is a bad landing spot for him. And on top of that, I mean, he's our wide receiver 10 or 9. I think he's our wide receiver 9. Nothing that he did popped out for me. Now, I will say nothing that he did really raise any red flags for me. I don't think he has any clear-cut weaknesses, but I don't think he's good at any one thing either. And I'd rather have my first round receivers be elite at one thing. Ted McMillan is an elite in terms of size, and he's elite at jump ball ability and has great yak ability, right? And Mika Ibuka has elite route running, like, and an elite personality in terms of him as a person. So I'm grabbing that all day. Mhm. That is an absolute stunner pick for the Baltimore Ravens. You should be very happy with that. He's a top 8 player in the draft for me.
Let's go.
That's
Dude.
a beautiful pick for you guys.
I don't know how anyone is passing on us. Good luck with that.
Oh, he ran a 4.5 40. Okay, you don't need your safety to be
So
run
did Hamilton.
4.3. Yeah, I mean, he's got elite ball skills. He's probably the smartest safety in the draft. He might be the smartest DB in the class in terms of just football IQ. You watch the 2023 film for Malachi Starks, it is absolutely elite tape. And yeah, it didn't look as good this past year. I mean, look at that interception. That's insane. You know,
Bro, now we get
He
to
can be
put
a slot
Hamilton back in the
corner.
box as the star defender.
you know who Malachi Starks reminds me a lot of? And another guy that famously fell to the second round, which I thought was stupid. He reminds me a lot of Brian Branch.
Mhm.
And Brian Branch, obviously, he's an elite level nickel corner / safety. This is an insane pick for the Ravens. I mean, this makes y'all's defense.
I was
y'all's
saying.
defense over the past few years has been elite. This makes it even more up there. This is a great pick. I love the suit for Starks as well.
I was calling that they were probably going to get one of him or maybe Nick Amanwari, either one.
That's beautiful for you guys. Y'all have the best safety tandem in the entire National Football League.
Good luck passing on us. Good luck with that. That's awesome.
We just need Lamar to not suck in the playoffs.
Yeah,
It's going to
good
be
luck with
hard to
that.
suck it's going to be hard to suck too bad when your opponent's team is scoring 17 points for a game. Starks is having a tough time here. I mean, come on, man. You knew you were going to be a first-round pick, but this is like the best landing spot for impossible. I mean, the safety history you guys have with Ed Reed, Kyle Hamilton's one of the best safeties in the league. You know, Marlon Humphrey's still there. Like, this is just an elite defense. Y'all have stars. Odafe Oweh's great. Like, Patrick Queen. Or no, y'all still have Patrick Queen? Or is he a
Patrick Queen
Bear?
defected and became a member of the Squealers.
Oh, he is a Steeler. So, but y'all still have Roquan Smith.
Oh,
who's
we have the
another
better
Georgia
of the two.
Bulldog. Yeah, Roquan
Yes.
Smith is amazing. So that's awesome, man. That's sick. Y'all's defense is going to be absolutely
To go with our
stacked now.
4-2 speed corner Nate Wiggins from last year. Yeah, buddy.
Mhm.
You got
And y'all have
Marlo in
Marlon
the
Humphreys on the
slot.
other side.
Mm.
Beautiful. And you can move Humphreys over outside, and you can put Starks in the slot if
Oh,
you want.
we have
Starks is a
as-
great slot corner.
We have as much positional versatility as probably just about anybody, specifically with
Oh,
our
yeah.
safeties.
And with John Harbaugh, I mean, he's a great defensive coach, right? So, yeah, the Ravens are in a great spot right now. Who's up next?
Yeah, Higgins is a Raven tomorrow. Maybe him. I could see them potentially going after what's his name from
The Lions.
why am I blanking out on Ole Miss wide receiver Trey Harris?
Trey Harris?
I could see them going them. They need a taller,
You think
bigger.
y'all need a needed X?
They need a big X. They need somebody that can stretch
Really?
the field. Yeah, we
Well,
we have
who's the
Devontae
guy that's
Walker.
on draft? Yeah, Devontae Walker, who did not look great when he played. But y'all have Hopkins. I mean, y'all could play him at the X if y'all wanted. 'Cause, 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 'cause,
I would try to. Although this isn't really the class, but then again, next year's even worse for wide receivers. Next year there aren't going to be any good wide receivers at all. It's the worst class I've probably ever seen for wide receivers next year. It's looking like
2026. Yeah, there'll be some up and coming guys. You know,
there'll be a bad profile with a late breakout.
Yep.
Eh.
That's definitely going to be the case.
Yes, sir. Trey Harris. I bet you he's a Raven. I bet you I bet you they do that.
I mean, Trey Harris is. I think second round picks reaching for him, even though I think he's got some limitations for sure. But the Lions are up next. Pick is in. Edge makes sense.
Hopkins is a wide receiver 3 at this point. He can't separate. He wasn't ever really a great separator, but he is just kind of washed, in my opinion. I agree.
Yeah.
What are they doing? Are they tearing up the?
Like they're definitely excited about something.
Oh yeah, I got you, bro.
Fix the ticker. Whoa, dude. I mean, yeah, I do believe Hopkins isn't as good as he used to be, but you don't sign him if you're just going to draft a vertical X to replace him immediately in the second round. Just my opinion. Tyleik Williams, great value here. That's awesome for the Lions. I mean, he's been up there in terms of top 15 in a lot of mock drafts. But yeah, this makes that defense even better. They were historically banged up last year, and I think that hurt their chances of being a Super Bowl contender, even though they got smashed in the first round by the Commanders, I believe. I think if they were fully healthy on defense, I think they make it to the NFC Championship and make a run in the Super Bowl. I don't think they beat the Eagles, though. But all in all, I think this helps out. Like I said, I love any Ohio State player coming out this year, and he's no exception to that. I think he can be very productive in terms of being a run stuffer at the next level for the Lions. They got Aiden Hutchinson coming back off the edge. I think this defense is going to be looking really good once they're all healthy and ready to go. Obviously, we know what the offense can do. It's going to be interesting to see how they do without Ben Johnson, but overall, I think the Lions are definitely a playoff team next year.
They still have a ridiculous amount of talent. They still have arguably the second best roster in the league, maybe after the Eagles.
So this is probably one of two landing spots that one of two of the next 4 picks could be Burden.
Maybe not with Debo there, but maybe at the same time. Could be Henderson.
I think running back makes sense here. That would be awesome if they could do Travion Henderson. We'll see. They could go defense here as well. We'll see. I'm very intrigued to see who we get. I was hoping James Pierce Jr. would fall to us because of the character concerns, but Falcons are surprisingly a good first round drafting team all of a sudden. So also, Kiva, if you're still in the chat, man, curious on your thoughts of Jaden Higgins. We did a lot of in-depth film analysis on him, and we were not wowed by him in a lot of areas. I think the only thing that we really liked about him was his hands. I think he has some of the most reliable hands in the entire draft. But in terms of speed, separation, yak ability, all of that was like super underwhelming. I know he ran well at the combine, but just not for me, man. I think he's a mid to late third round pick, in my opinion. And I don't think he's going to be fantasy relevant also just because of his production profile. Just he's only good at screens and hitches, and he's probably going to be a vertical X at the next level. And vertical X's don't really produce in fantasy outside of AJ Brown and you know
You have Brown, you
Cortland
have
Sutton,
Nico
maybe
Collins, but it's
Nico
pretty rare.
Collins. Yeah.
Uh, I will say the one thing with Higgins is if he were to go to a role where he could be a big slot, I think
Hmm.
that if there was also not very much target competition with good quarterback play, he could be a Michael Pittman-y type of player.
Yep. A yak, not a yak, but a PPR scam artist type of guy.
He
Because
just
his
doesn't have the
yak ability
stacking
is very
ability.
poor.
He just doesn't
Yeah.
have the stacking ability down the field like the 4-4-7 40. He doesn't play like that on the field really. So
He looks very stiff.
like we said, vice grip hands. We don't have any problem with them. It just I think some people put too much stock into the combine when really all that matters, to be honest with you, is how they play on the field.
Yeah. I mean, combines 40 times are just, I mean,
Ooh,
we
he's
use
also
them.
terrible against press coverage. Like one of the worst. He's like 37th percentile against press coverage, actually. So as a vertical X, that's a death sentence.
Yeah. And I mean, on Reddit, I mean, I've been getting spam attacked by people every time I say anything bad about Higgins. He's like, he's the wide receiver 2 in this draft. Just like, okay. You watch the combine and you're sold by a good 40 time. Like, okay.
Like he could
Well, go ahead
definitely
and
put up
draft
some
Dante
points.
Thornton go ahead and draft Dante Thornton in the early second round then, since we're height, weight, speed freak guys.
Yeah, and like there's always a chance that he produces, and we wish him the best. It's just we did a lot of research and took a ton of time to go through 10 plus years worth of data to be able to tell you this honestly.
Yeah, I mean, he's just not it for me. And I know somebody in a lot of drafts are going to pick him in the early to mid second round. He's just not that. Shadur Sanders is not a second round pick. He looks like he's happy, but
yeah,
I
he
did
ain't going to
famously
Washington.
post on Reddit. I did famously post on Reddit that he, they were showcasing his room that he's in. His room is sweet, by the way. It's the one that he's doing the draft in. It's super cool. But I said, cool room. Be prepared to stay in it for 2 days. That's what I said on Twitter. Not Twitter, on Reddit before the draft started. That was my hot take, was Shadur Sanders falls out of the first round. All right, they look like they're happy with whoever they're picking, so I would love TreVeyon Henderson here. He's the 102 in my rookie drafts if he lands with the Commanders. Please,
Good pick for them. Kind of disappointing. There's still a chance that we get Hendo
to the Chiefs.
With the Chiefs.
I think that's the last spot that he could be a first round pick.
I doubt the Bills, but if the Bills don't want to pay James Cook,
I don't think they want to pay James Cook, but I think they're confident in what they have in Ray Davis.
Yeah, he looked fine.
What is that? All right, a decent pick by the Commanders. Big boy. Seems like he's relatively healthy. He's had over 1,000 pass block snaps. A lot of experience as well. Oregon is, he's had to protect a lot of really high upside, Gabriel, Bo Nix. So cool. I like a tackle that's experienced. Half of the battle with tackles is just having the reps. So that's good.
They needed tackle too. Their lines, despite Jaden Daniels' ability to make their run game work because of his ability to run, it's surprising he's alive right now, to be honest with you, with how terrible their line was.
Yeah, I agree for sure. All right, 3 picks left: Bills, Chiefs, and Eagles. Yeah, man. Receiver could be in play here for the. I mean, Luther Burden could easily go here. I mean, all they have is Khalil Shakir and Keon Coleman. That's all they have. Khalil Shakir could move out to the Z, and you could have Burden in the slot. I don't know why we're jabbing the Bills right now. They could trade back here. It would be a very good move. Somebody that's interested in Shadur Sanders. Look, I've said it multiple times. I thought the interview stuff was kind of smoke, right? Uh, but I mean, if people really think he interviewed that poorly, I mean, geez Louise, he could be a mid-second round pick. I mean, it's possible if he really is interviewing as poorly as people are saying.
Yeah, he seems pretty arrogant, but I mean, a lot of quarterbacks are, so I don't really pay too much credence to that. I just
From what I saw, he
it's
was just confident, right? He seems a lot like his dad, which obviously I don't mind my cornerbacks acting like that. I don't want my quarterbacks acting like that, but I didn't hear him say anything that raised any major red flags, like questioning his leadership or anything like that. So it's
this was
it's
a couple years
interesting. The
ago, but he
interview.
did throw his teammates under the bus. I think his O line at some point a couple years ago. Forget what it was,
Yeah,
but
man, that sounds like Shadir Sanders, but
so I don't know. But it's more so just like we've said a billion times. It's just the physical attributes just leave a lot to be desired.
yeah, I mean he's Teddy Bridgewater. He's Teddy Bridgewater, and I don't think a team wants to pick a Teddy Bridgewater in the first round. No slight
Yeah.
to Teddy Bridgewater. I thought he was a solid quarterback, but we said his ceiling is probably 3,400 yards, 26 touchdowns, 7 picks. That's probably his, and with no rushing upside. You
Yep.
know, that's his ceiling. Will Johnson has still not been picked. That's shocking.
Allen from the Strategist League was like the only thing that could switch up us picking Henderson or Hampton at the 102 is if Henderson goes to the Chiefs. Funnily enough,
That's
he
true.
says that. Man, yeah, that's
That's
an auto
100%
draft.
true.
He is
Yeah,
going to be what everyone wanted CEH to be if that happens.
except infinitely more talented than CEH ever was.
Oh yes, he is way more talented. He is going to be everything they wanted CEH to be.
You
CEH
know,
was like the one of the least athletic backs I've seen in some time.
I love that. Get them going, buddy.
Shout out to Tommy,
Super Tommy.
OG.
Terrific Tommy. He's the GOAT. He's even got a Bills suit on. Heck yeah, Tommy, you're the GOAT.
All right, Tommy, what are we doing here with the Bills?
Come on, Goodell. You think he can just move the mic by himself? Maxwell Harrison, that's a great pick. Over Will Johnson, I don't know about all that. But yeah, great speed guy. I don't know what his measurables are in terms of height and weight, but 5'11", 183, yeah, that's fine. 4.28 40. I think he ran the fastest 40 of any player in the draft. Will Johnson looks devastated. Chiefs if we can draft
Wait.
Henderson.
The Chiefs jumped up one spot? Or the Eagles?
No, they're 31st. They're the next pick. Did they trade? Did the Chiefs trade back?
Yeah.
Oh, so the Eagles are trading up one spot. Okay, cool. I'm cool with that.
Nick
Which-
Amon-Wari?
I mean, we did lose Justin Reed. We lost Justin Reed, so
Huh?
that's a great pick by the Bills. I would have rathered Will Johnson, but of course, I'll see you tomorrow. I won't see you tomorrow, but thanks for watching, my amigo.
Yeah, shout out to you, Deuce.
Deuce is a goat.
I hope the draft doesn't deuce on your prospects.
Omar Hampton kind of shitted on his Najee Harris production a little bit, but that's okay.
That was the problem, was depending on Najee Harris. Najee Harris is going to Najee
I'd like to
Harris.
know what the. So KC exchanged 31 in exchange for 32 and a 5th rounder.
That's crazy. They just move down one spot and get a free 5th round pick. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, Warren will be okay. He's a stud. At worst, it's one of those things like with Garrett Wilson for the longest time where he's going to be a wide receiver 2-3, but like he's really talented and things could always change for him in terms of for Warren. All it takes is them having an okay quarterback. Really, all it takes is them not having Anthony Richardson.
He's a happy boy.
The second guy to be that, well, I mean, plenty of
One
people are
last
happy.
question. Let's hear it, my amigo. I'll take a free 5th round pick. That makes me think we're not going edge or safety. That makes me think we're going running back.
Deuce has one last question.
101 easily. Well, I have more context for this, right? Because I'm in the league he's referring to. So Genty, obviously 101, no problem. 102 is likely going to be Cam Ward, just for info for you. 103 is likely going to be Tetaroa McMillan. So I'd say 104 probably is Hampton for me. And then 106, I'd probably be taking Jackson Dart. That's just, if you're in a rebuild, Jackson Dart at the 106 is insane because you're not going to use him 1 year. You have he has Tua, Dak, and Fields. I think if he gets developed under Dayball to what Josh Allen, gets the same sort of development and, improvement that Josh Allen did, I think Dart is significantly better than any quarterback that's on your roster. But let me hear what you have to say.
101's Genty, to nobody's surprise. 102 would be Hampton, in my opinion. 103 would be Ward or Tet. So you would get you probably would hope that Ward goes third so you could get Tet given your quarterbacks, or maybe you do want Ward. And then 6, it's kind of hard to say right now because there's a couple players that I think could potentially get good landing spots, like Luther Burden potentially. Egbuka got a poor landing spot. Henderson, I think, could potentially get a good landing spot. Quinshon Judkins, maybe even if he goes to the Bears, for instance. I think that question will be a lot easier to answer once we have the second round particularly completed. If you happen to be high on Matthew Golden, I guess you could maybe consider him at the 106. I wouldn't. I don't like the landing spot, and I don't think he's as good as some people do. But yeah, I think that question will be a lot more or a lot easier to answer once we have the second round completed. But I definitely think
for
you're
sure.
getting Genty 101, and then probably you'd be able to get Tet 104, which I think is a steal. Tet's such a good player.
The guy at 103 is confirmed that he's going Tet.
Tet?
And I think with the landing spot, it's even more, you know.
So if he's going
And I
Tet,
think Ward's guaranteed because his QB2, the guy at the 102, his QB2 is Geno Smith. So I think he goes Ward.
I mean,
Gang news.
Yeah, like I said, it'll be a lot easier once we have second round draft capital decided and team fit.
Because all it takes is a team that doesn't have running back depth to take a running back in the second round, and all of a sudden they're worth more than Omar and Hampton, in my opinion. Seriously, like if you want year one upside, Hampton's probably going to be on the lower end of things in terms of the first round. Like, let's be honest here. If Henderson goes second round to the Giants or something, or like the Commanders in the second round, or something like that, we're taking him. We're taking him over Hampton, right?
You're saying if Henderson goes to the Chiefs?
Any QB needy, any running back needy team in the second round.
Over Hampton?
Yeah.
So I think that depends on what your opinion of Najee Harris is. I think he will easily overtake Najee Harris. I think Najee Harris is not particularly talented. I think he's sluggish, inefficient, and not a good running back. And I don't think $10 million in terms of paying Najee Harris is going to keep a vastly superior running back with great draft capital from prevailing over him. It might take a minute. But I am definitely biased against Najee Harris, so understand that with my take, there comes some bias against him.
Yeah, I think the Chargers kind of got in a weird situation. So I think they were prepared to go with like a Judkins or something in the second round and have Najee as like a 1 year type of guy. And then like slowly kind of incorporate their second round running back. But they're sitting there and they're like, okay, well, it's pick 22 and Hampton hasn't gone yet. I don't think they expected that. And then they just grabbed Hampton just because the value was good, right?
Yeah, I thought he was going to the Broncos, if not Henderson.
I think that's probably what happened. All right, let's see who the Eagles pick. Nicky Manwari. Jahad Campbell, that's also an insane pick. He's the top 15 player in the draft. Very versatile player. The Eagles have done it again.
It's crazy work, bro.
So he was recruited to Alabama as an edge guy, but he's 6'2", 240-ish. So he actually didn't really get the chance to start at Alabama due to the amount of talent that they had on the edge. So he played off-ball linebacker and also played a little bit of edge. So he played both and was very, very effective for Alabama. He probably plays edge at the next level for the Eagles. But he also has the versatility to,
Man, I'm trying to think. I have that 106 in my main dynasty, and there's no way I'm not going to get a running back I want there if Henderson goes to the Chiefs, because there's no way he doesn't get picked before 6.
That's a great pick by the Eagles. They don't make bad picks in the first round, really. That sucks. That would have been a great pick for the Chiefs, in all honesty. But the fact that they're trading back a pick makes me think, one, they didn't need edge. 2, they didn't need safety, and they're going running back is what's making me think that. Now, I will say, if we go Emanwari, that's a beautiful pick for us. If we go Will Johnson, that's a beautiful pick for us. We have a lot of picks here that can be very good. We have the opportunity to make some elite pick right here, but we're gonna have to make the pick. Our first round picks haven't been that great for a while, so our last good first round pick was Karlaftis. So Kingsley wasn't great. Well, we didn't draft Kingsley last year. We drafted I don't remember who we drafted in the first round last year. I'm a Chiefs fan. I should know that.
That's so annoying.
Yeah, the Eagles just keep doing it, man. I think he plays edge.
That's just crazy, bro.
Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter are their D tackles. What the hell? Do you know how happy I'm going to be if they pick Travion Henderson?
Why is this pick taking so long? Like, they're not even showing that they're on the clock or anything at all. Like, every other pick's been like really quick, and then this one, like, they've just been going on for like 5 minutes already.
They targeted Jihad Campbell at 22. They thought they had the deal done with the Chargers. It fell through. And they ended up getting their guy at 31.
It's crazy work. He's about to commit some jihad on opposing offenses.
He's a great player. He's very versatile too.
That truly is a special S tier name for a defensive player.
Who? Jihad?
Yeah. Like, I'm not even trolling. That is legit S tier name. That's like there was Whitney Merciless. Like, your last name is Merciless and you're a defensive player.
That's a beautiful name. Wasn't as good as the name, but was still solid. I love that. He's a great person too. Awesome. Philadelphia can't miss.
No, they have to. No.
All right, Chiefs.
Okay, here we go. They decided. I guess they had to get that TV BS done, so they had to wait 20 years to pretend they didn't know what they wanted to do.
Ian Rappaport leaked the pick. I'm not looking at it. I would love Will Johnson here. I would love Nick Emanwari here. I would love Travion Henderson here. All three of those are
Henderson
fantastic
goes here.
picks.
I'm not getting him in any league besides. Wow.
I got him in a league.
Well, I can get him in one league, not the one
I don't think they go running back because they have Pacheco, Kareem Hunt, and Elijah Mitchell. That's just kind of a crowded running back room, but I'd love the pick because he would be by far the best running back there. I'm thinking Nick Emanwari to replace Justin Reed.
Yes,
I love that.
That is a great pick.
That is a great pick.
How is he still there? I know it must be the medical, I guess. Dude, that is like one of the biggest needs they had.
Like I said, I love Ohio State players.
Man,
he's coming off injury. Who cares? He's a very fluid guy. If he wasn't
A+ pick.
If he wasn't injured, if he was not injured this past season, he would have been a top 10 pick, I think.
Dude, that's
I love it.
I mean, I like that better for fantasy. Selfishly, obviously, I'd prefer Henderson, but for you guys, I like that better for you.
And speaking of Henderson, there he is. You're so close. All right, so I guess let's overview a couple things. So
Mhm.
Burden fell out of the first round. Not
Yep.
surprising with the character concerns and the lack of production last season. Shadur falls out of the first round, like I said he was going to. Uh, you know, I said he wasn't that talented. He's a low ceiling guy. Teams don't like that in the first round. Last pick was Josh Simmons, my tackle 3 in the entire class, to the Chiefs. I love that.
And
So yeah, Shadur falls out of the first round. Burden falls out of the first round. Travion does too, which is sad, but I didn't expect him to be a first round pick anyways. Who's some of your surprises? I wasn't really surprised with the Shadur
I
pick
wouldn't say there were.
falling out.
I would say, to be honest, the biggest surprise was probably Colston Loveland to the Bears.
Yeah.
No, that's not even a negative. That's I love that. Kind of surprising that Warren also wasn't the first tight end. I think just about anybody and their mom had Warren going first for the most part. As far as people that got cooked, you could maybe argue for the first year if you believe Najee Harris is that talented that Hampton's cooked for his first year. You could argue the same thing for Igbuka first year with kind of a JSN Roma Dunze type situation in Tampa Bay. I personally am really low on the Matthew Golden spot. I think Jordan
Worst
Love
pick of the
is,
first round.
yeah, he's one of the most inaccurate quarterbacks by far in the entire NFL. Just not very good. They run the ball a ton, especially at the end of your. So one thing to consider with players like passing game players on the Packers is towards the end of the year, you're going to notice a consistent theme every year. Whenever they can, they will run the ball as much as humanly possible. So when you need these guys in your fantasy championships, what are they not going to be doing? Producing for you.
I agree. The Packers are going to be a solid team next year, and they're just going to be running it down to people's throats towards the end of the year. So I completely agree with that. Yeah, we were right. Well, I think we were both right, but we both said Shadur Sanders just falling out of the first round. That's what happened. So, but I guess this is it for the first round. We will be live the same time tomorrow, so we'll be going live at 6 Central Standard Time, 7 Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. So that's got me more excited than day one. So that's going to be great. It's going to be a movie. We're going to see all of our favorite running backs and see where they land. I can't wait to see where Besh and Burden land. Obviously, Travion Henderson, but yeah, it's going to be awesome.
It may be 5 p.m. CST tomorrow. I think it starts an hour earlier tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. If I am mistaken,
No, you see it. You see it. It's tomorrow, 7 Eastern is when it starts. Because I get off work at 5. So
okay, yeah, okay. So I misspoke.
you can
in the
start, but I just
post.
won't be here immediately.
Nah, I think I just
We could do like
misspoke in the.
5:45. But yeah, I was thinking 6 tomorrow would be perfect.
Yeah, I misspoke in the post. You're right. Cool.
So yeah, I like that. I think it's going to be perfect. I think tomorrow is going to be an electric day for all of you guys that were that stuck around and enjoyed the show. Thank you guys, and
Yeah,
I hope
thanks
to
for
see you
watching
guys
with
here
us.
tomorrow too, for sure. This is a lot of fun. I can't wait for day 2.
It was a ton of fun. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Y'all have a good one.
See you guys.